today's agenda, more or less. We'll cover a lot of SEO stuff. If you don't know what SEO is, it's search engine optimization. As Bruce said earlier, is to get you found in search engines. Right now with the pandemic, we've discovered that a lot of us marketing wise have been lacking in some of that areas, and we're going to show you how to track it. We're going to show you how to do some cool little spying on your neighbors, let's say. We're going to touch on a little bit of blogging. I'm going to give you a couple tools to work. We're going to touch a little bit of marketing, but let's get into who I am. Come on. All right, this is me. Tom Davis. My better half is Carol Davis. We're Your Journey Studios. I come from fourth-generation photographers. Carol and I are high school sweethearts. She was yearbook. I was newspaper. So photography is kind of in the blood and continues to be in the blood. I'm a geek. Have been. So I run a lot of the technical stuff for us, and I also help other people, other businesses, local and throughout the country with this kind of tool, these kind of tools. I like to learn. I like to show people by doing, instead of just giving you a PowerPoint slide and just then you're scared. I mean, and that's what we've encountered. I've encountered that a lot when I say, here's how you do it. I'd like to demo things live. I like to have the mistakes come on screen because Google or any other search engine are not without mistakes sometimes. So we'll walk through a bunch of the tools and everything else to help you. Again, this is me. I walk out of cameras because I hit my mouse. So one of the things I like to start with is your why. I mean, some of you are hobby photographers, some of you are headshots, some of you are commercial. SEO is important for all of that. Local SEO has the deal, deals with your local area. SEO in general, then in the larger scheme of things, you can reach outside your regular area. So most of us here are concerned with local SEO in your local area. You're not really going outside the state. You're not competing with people against, throughout the United States. So most of today's talk is going to be dealing with local SEO. We're going to talk about Google My Business, make sure that you're there and how to use it, how I use it, and how we've been pretty successful in using it here recently, especially with COVID happening. So we'll discuss a few of those kind of things. So I hope out of this class, you have some way forward. You have some actionable items. And if you don't understand something in this class, these slides are guides. They're not 100% what we have to hit on them. If we do hit on every single slide, it's gonna be fine. But the idea would be we come out of actionable items. Even the people at home, let's put some questions in. And if it stops us in the middle of someplace, then that's fine, because we'll address those. Because a question not answered just means that you're not going to hear the rest of what we have to say. And if you don't understand it, we'll move forward. Again, I just touched basically what I wanted to do in this class, the idea of this class. And the bottom bullet there is take some of the fear out of your marketing. Once you understand the parts and the pieces of this marketing picture, SEO being one of the big ones for us, it becomes less daunting and less of a hassle to do. Once you know and you understand how they all tie together. And that's what we'll figure that out in this class together. All right. So the first one I do, and you'll see this is broken down into areas. And the reason this is, I've given a couple of these things separately. SEO separately, I've given Google My Business separately. I just finished this whole presentation for North Carolina for their pre-con classes. So you'll see I'm gonna jump. I just completed a Google My Business one for a local organization. We'll jump to that one later. But right now we're gonna start with SEO. Because without understanding SEO, the rest of the stuff is not going to make a whole lot of sense. So does everybody here understand what SEO is? Search engine optimization, that kind of thing? All right. That's an easy way. How many people pay attention to SEO in here? Okay. All right. Basically SEO, and this is in a nutshell, basically SEO it consists of 3 parts. It's the crawling, Bing does it, Google does it. They basically crawl your websites, they index them, and then when the consumers that are out there, they type in something into Bing or into Google, they serve up results based on the indexing that they've done from your site and from what you've told them you do. If you're a headshot photographer and you don't have headshots anywhere on your webpage, they won't know that. So your job is to tell Google, to tell Bing that that's what you do. That's the hardest part sometimes because we got to brag on ourselves. And this is directly from Google, and I thought it was kind of interesting. And it sort of summed it all up. It said if you have a website, web hosting platform like Blogger, Wix, Squarespace, I get asked about them a ton, or run a small business, you don't have much time to put into your website. But it's worth learning the basics and managing your presence. And that I thought was really powerful because we don't. We let it slip. We put pretty pictures. We're photographers. We want to create things that are pretty. And the not so pretty part is the back end of all this stuff and how we are indexed. So today we'll go through the pretty stuff and or the not so pretty stuff, and hopefully we will demystify some of that. Why do we do it? 75% of the users don't go past the first page on the search engines. That hits us hard. During the pandemic, it hit a lot of local photographers, a lot of other guys really, really hard. So we're gonna adjust that. We're gonna find out ways to monitor that so that you know where you're standing. And you really don't have to do any other work. Organic search is a primary web traffic search. Organic search is basically stuff you don't pay for. If you've gone to Facebook and you're on Facebook and it says boost a post, that's not an organic post. That's basically they want you to put $5 to it or something like that. That's paid search. I'll tell you right now, generally that won't hit your market that you want. Just to tell you, you're better off putting that same kind of money in some of the stuff we'll talk about today. Local SEO, including Google My Business and those kind of tools, increases the trust. And when you increase the trust to your audience, you're also increasing the trust within Google and the other search tools. Knowing these couple things, you'll be able to compete in your market, and being able to monitor how you are doing when Google or Bing change the algorithms, which they do frequently, you'll be able to see if a change was made. You have to make a change because they made a change. We're getting ready to have a big change with email marketing later with some of the privacy stuff coming on. But how many people have a Google My Business page set up? When was the last time you touched it? Good. All right. Okay. Well, we touched on a little bit of Google My Business, and to me, I think that's a basis. It's easy. I call it low-hanging fruit, and it also is the best free advertising that Google can give you. Little story with Google also is if you have a Google My Business page set up, they ping you all the time about updating things like hours, and during COVID or during stressful situations, they ask you if stuff has changed. Anything you put on Facebook, my recommendation is put it up on Google My Business. You can do it right through your phone. They make it really easy for us to do. That will increase engagement. Google will prioritize you because you're being active on Google My Business and bump you above others that are not using that tool. So I consider that a cornerstone of some of the SEO stuff that we'll be doing, just because a lot of it feeds off of that. Bing has a webmaster tool set up, and if you haven't set up that in the webmaster tools, it's probably recommended that you do. But what we can do is you start setting up all your Google stuff, and then once you can import all your data into these other tools. And we'll look at a little bit of that today. The Search Console setup, these are all monitoring tools Google gives you. They're free. Some of them are keyword search. How many people do keyword research or have heard of it? All right, well, we'll touch on keyword research. I'll show you some fun ways to do it. We'll show you some ways to spy on your competitors and find out what their keywords are. Because if you're competing with somebody, you want to know why they're ranking higher than you. So what do? we're able to do keyword research and figure out what they're using. Keywords are important on the on the search engine because that's what people are searching for. And I'll show you, we'll demo that as well. The other thing I see a lot when I go to review sites is a lot of photos are not tagged. They don't have metadata put on. So all that information when you put photo up and it says, you know, what's an alt tag, what's meta, you know, what is it about, that kind of thing. Those are not filled out. So the search engines, you'll take a hit on the search engines if you don't have that. And anytime you do a query against your website, it'll show you that what you don't have. The monitoring site, we already touched on that earlier. That's one of the things that we don't do. We set it and forget it. And as things change in our online world, you will not see the changes that you need to see. So we'll talk about, I said, we'll talk about these tools, but generally our discussion will go into a few more simply because people have questions, and then I'll bring up a tool that'll address that question. But the Google Search Console, we'll look at that. We'll look at Google My Business. And then this little tool here, HFref, is a tool, free tool for you to use to monitor your website. It'll tell you when you've gathered keywords, when you lost keywords, when somebody else has gained a keyword. If you want to do keyword search, research, and all that kind of stuff, it'll be there. Let's go to this next one. Where'd your mouse go? There we go. All right, HFref, just the last one I was just talking about. Basically, it gives you a domain rating. It's going to show you how many referring domains, how many people are referring to you. It's going to show you backlinks. It's good. So all this data is important, and we'll talk about that as we go and we look at the tool, because it raises your authority. And your authority is important in Google. This site here that I pulled up is, if you look at my domain rating, this is one of them that Carol and I were recovering because a few years back we decided to move our website away from somebody, and we lost all of our backlinks and everything else because we couldn't import those. So I've hence moved it back and started the process of making it healthy. But again, the domain rating is just the arbitrary score. So if you go to someplace else, you do another tool, it'll give a domain rating. It's sort of an arbitrary number, but if you do like against like, you'll see where you rate against somebody else. But what's important to me is I like to see the organic traffic. I like to see the organic keywords, because then you can drill down on those and see if you need to do something better. And we'll walk through that a little bit. There's so much information in that, it'll hurt your eyes. This is a list of tools that I would suggest. I'll make this available. As a matter of fact, I'll say this right now. If you want to get a copy of this slide deck right now, for those, especially for those at home, if they're having a hard time, if you go to Carol and I's page, Your Journey Studios Facebook page, and you comment on the MDPPA post that I did last night, just say something you like that, I'm here, whatever it is, an email will be sent to you with the link to all this. So, but what it'll do is, and again, we're going to talk a little bit about automations, but how this is working is you comment on the post then will bring up a messenger. When the messenger comes up, it'll ask for your email address. Give me your email address, and it'll ship a thing over to you because it doesn't know your email address to give it to me. So anyway, that's how we deliver that. And now I thought that was important because I've been to so many of these meetings where we have not gotten the briefing material. So anyway, I've started a bunch of these things, and the reason I started these was I really find these are the most important and easiest to learn, especially if you don't do them every day. Those are the easiest things to walk through to use. This, anybody at home wants to check out how they rank in Google already and what's already been indexed. This little command here, so you put your site, colon, and then your domain. In our case, it's yourjourneystudios.com, and hit enter. It's going to show you what Google has on you. So you can't hide. It's there. Some of them I've seen. I just talked to a florist, and you would think a florist would be really, really nice and established business and would have like 3 pages of stuff Google indexed. I didn't even have a full page, had a half a page. Most photographers have been very good, very decent. They've had a full page of stuff Google's indexed. And on that, what I've been seeing also is a couple of photographers trying to compete have paid for backlinks. Don't do that. If you try to pay for your backlinks, you're linking back to another authoritative blog or something like that. You're paying for those. Google catches it. They will delist you pretty quick. So it'll harm you more than help. Doesn't mean you can't share with people, but just don't pay for those. I would also, if they disappear, it'll really hurt you a lot. I had a conversation with somebody in the North Carolina PPA, and they did that. And they had to go through and remove and de-index about 850 links, which is painful because it was hurting our rankings. And again, that affects all this, your health score on this particular tool as we're going. And we'll, like I said, we'll play with that tool a little bit. Google My Business. Some of you are familiar with this, some of you are not. And again, we'll walk through this a little bit, but this is really easy. From the phone, you can do that. You can create a post. This is the starting point I tell everybody to go to is Google My Business and get that up. And the reason is it's free advertising from Google. I mean, it's just free. You post photos and all that they'll serve your photos up really, really quickly. And they'll tell you they did because they want you to do more. During COVID, we could update our mask policies. We could update everything here. Our hours, if they had changed, we can update them here. And Google will serve that right away. They want the information. And it's really easy to do. So since I say this is my starting point, let's jump into Google My Business. And I'll show you some of the things we do with Google My Business. Let me pull this, other slide up. Dig this, find this mouse. Let me see. I'm gonna pull this other brief up. Pull this one up too. Are there any questions on from the peanut gallery?
Nope.
Good.
Tom, can you just say again how people can get your slide deck?
Sure. To get the slide deck, if you go to Your Journey Studios Facebook page, the post from last night I made talking about coming here, and just comment, it'll kick off the automation to get you that post. Put your email in it, and in about a minute, we'll give you a Are you logged into Facebook? Yeah, it should just pop something up and say you might have to log into there. All right, let's see where we at. You got to remember this is the right, this is the left screen. All right, let's see, here we are. All right, this is the starting point for Google My Business. Google.com/business. You don't need to have a Google account. I get asked that all the time. You can either sign in, you can manage. It's probably going to pull me up. That's me there. So what I'll do is I will do this. What am I in?
If you go into a private,
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to get it in now. I make sure I'm not in the. Come on. I'll go in that window. Oh. Come on. Yeah, get the incognito window there.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on. Doesn't want to do that. Switched across these screens. Oh, there it is.
Oh, I see that.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't. There it is. All right. Yep. I don't know why they didn't get on that screen. All right. So we're going to go to Google My Business. We're going to show you how the steps, and then I'll come back to mine. All right. So basically with Google My Business, it's going to ask you to sign in. If you don't have a Google account, you don't have to. You can say manage my business from this particular screen. Let's see, it should take you. Yeah. This is the part I get asked a lot. Some people don't like to use their Google accounts. This screen, once you get in, you say sign in with all the options. It'll allow you to use a regular email address to use it to manage your account. Basically, it says, do you want to create? If you don't have sign in regularly, it's going to ask you to create an Gmail account. If you don't want to create a Gmail account, you can just use your regular account. You can use your personal, yes. Yeah. Actually, usually the way I separate them too. Yeah. Yep. So you can use it. The question was, can we use your personal email? Like if you're using the personal Gmail account? Yes, you can do that. It's just you're setting up how you're going to manage your Google products. That's all. So basically, you'll go through this thing, and it's going to ask you a couple of questions about what business are you trying to do. And if you put your business in, once it asks you, as a matter of fact, let me pull this other slide up because I captured a couple screens there. Come here. There it is. All right. Let me go through this one here. Let's pull this one over. All right. This one walks you through it a little better. So we don't do it live. You'll see a couple of the differences. So this is where we just were on the Google My Business /business. The google.com/business. This is your setup of the account. Come on, the other way. All right. Took those out of that slide. All right. Once you get to the point where you validated your account, it's going to ask you what business are you trying to manage. The two things are going to happen. Either it'll say they're going to validate you via text, or they're going to validate your business via a postcard. 99% of the people have an account, they'll send you a postcard in the mail. So they do it the old-fashioned way. They send you a postcard, and it's basically validating. You get to a point where it says, put your code in here, and you just wait for the postcard or the text to come either way. In this particular case, it will bring you to your business page, but it'll ask you to do a little bit more validating to make sure that because you just can't hijack somebody else's page. But one of the beauties of this is some of the stuff I wrote is you can create a post, you can create a schedule, or create something, a call to action to have somebody schedule something with you. You can add the photos directly. So they give you a photo gallery also. And they've taken a little bit more of the COVID stuff off. It used to be front and center up here. But you can also do, if you have COVID updates or that kind of thing, you can also post your COVID updates. Oh, come on. On this screen with the information and having to deal with the address, this also goes down into your address. I've been asked two questions. The biggest question is, do I have to use my home address? To validate Google, you do have to use your home address, but you don't have to make that address public. So you can validate it and it's basically hidden. But they want to validate you as a person, as a business, and they will validate you. And then they'll say, they want to make sure that you are who you say you are, that kind of thing. And you don't have to have it. And then important part is that
If you use your business address, if you have a separate business
Right.
address, and you can validate it through the separate business address, right?
is your what? Is
long as
it
your
a-
reach is gonna
it's
be-
not a PO box, right?
Right, as long as it's not a PO.
As long as it's not a PO box, yes, you can have a separate business address. The biggest question has been home, because people have really take their privacy kind of, personal. So people don't want to use their home address and put it out on the web.
Right, but if you put an address in, don't you need to do that in order to have it show up on Google Maps?
On
For-
Google Maps, it does, not Google My Business.
Yeah, but Google Maps.
It will feed it. Yep.
Yeah,
And that's the
get a
next
lot
thing.
of-
One of the next things we're getting
Okay,
into is
yeah.
the Google Maps. Because one of the reverse validations I also do for clients is we'll go to Google Maps. I'll type in the business name and we'll figure out what's listed. The florist I was working with last week, I couldn't even find him on Waze. I mean, and they had no Google Map listing. It's a 15-year business. And so it's kind of crazy because they have email addresses, they have all this kind of good stuff going on, but they wonder why they can't get clients. And that's the reason they can't get clients, because everybody else is listed. I put it in their address. Basically, I put in their address when I went to go to the store, and nothing came up. All the competitors did, but not them. So that's not sort of what we want. So to Bruce's question, if you want to be found, you have to use an address. So as photographers with home studios, that is something that we have to really, really play with. We have our address out so people can find us and map to us. It's a personal choice. and I've had debates both ways with clients. Right here, where you see the photo studio, photographer, high school seniors, and all that kind of good stuff, that's basically keywords that we have, that we wanted to be listed as under Google. The service areas is another place. We can change those. If you don't, if you go to DC more than you go to Baltimore, well, put in Washington, DC in there as a service listing area. And it'll allow you to do services. It'll allow you to do show you what type of photography you do. So it gives you a lot of information that Google can serve up for you. So this is why I say this is sort of the starting point. And it's actually kind of easy once you get into it and you start working with it.
AJ says your automation rocks. He got your email.
Oh, I get it. This is an example of one of the posts that we did, and it boosted pretty quickly. We're offering everything framed. So we took a picture of everything being framed, hung on the wall. That's the presentation wall for the clients. We wanted to get it out there. Google served this up like right away. When I was in North Carolina and we were doing configuration of this live. People were doing the Google My Business stuff all live. And as soon as they were posting, everybody in the class were getting the photos served up to them like instantly within that class. So Google My Business is free advertising. You don't have to pay for it, just you have to use it. So my suggestion is, if you're not using it, let's use it. If you have questions, reach out to me. I'll give you my contact information. We can walk through some stuff. Let's go back to the info page. Now, I say Google My Business is a start, but we also talked about this class being an SEO class. SEO is a piece of this, and I'll show you a couple of ways to figure out some of these keywords. What should you be known for? What are other people looking for? I gave the example. We're artists. That's how we pride ourselves on being artists. We pride ourselves on doing portraiture. But is your clientele going to search for portraiture? Or is your clientele going to search for a portrait artist? If you go to Google and you start doing a search, you will be, the term that is most used is pictures. We hate that word because it really chips at us a little bit because we think we're better than that. But again, we got to remember, Google is indexing stuff for who? For the consumer. So one of our pages, a couple of our pages includes the term, senior high school pictures. A little tidbit there too. Also, when you first start doing your validation within Google, be careful of using high school first, because Google may find it and flag it. You could do senior high school; they may be okay with that. If you do senior photos first and you get validated, then you can change them around. I know from experience, I had it. I went to validate again because it changed the domain. They flagged my account, sent me a nice email and said, "Hey, we can't boost anything for you anymore. We can't do this." And I contacted Google and they said, "So why is it because of high school? You validated terms." So they protected their children. So I removed it, put senior photos, senior pictures revalidated, and then I was able to put senior high school photos. And
Calls from nursing homes.
what was that?
And you got calls from nursing homes.
Yeah, and the senior photos, well, it's funny because senior photos, that's exactly what it first goes to, and that's what
Right.
Google associates that with. It's just bots doing their job. So we got to work around them.
AJ asked, does Google charge for posts, and can you show an example post?
Sure. Google does not charge for posts within the Google My Business framework. I can show you, I can show you one. I can show this one. This is a great example. This is a post I did, and it takes you to a sign-up page. So basically, I am advertising here. So I'm advertising within Google, saying, here's what we're doing. And then I said, sign up. And I put a call to action at the bottom of this page to have them click over to the page. And it allows you to do, gallery, put multiples in. But AJ, it's just really your creativity. I mean, again, there's another post we did. And it's real funny because I know this is clicked, so I really don't pay attention to them tracking the clicks because in this kind of thing, it's for some reason they're not. Because I know personally, I've clicked on this about a dozen times throughout my demonstrations. So, but does that answer your question, AJ? All right.
James says, maybe you said it, but where are people seeing these, in the search list on Google or when they click on your business?
Google will serve them up as when you go to do a search. Here, let me pull the search up and I'll show you. All right, let's. Google will search them two ways. Let's see. Let's do, I don't have it there yet. Yeah, let me spell it right, but that's okay.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. All right, so if somebody goes to search your name directly, let me get rid of a couple of those things.
you had it.
Yeah. I got to get rid of a couple of my tools. Get rid of a couple of my SEO tools here. Nope. Wrong way. Be patient. All right, that's a few. So when you search for our business, this is what comes up. This comes up because of me. It knows that I'm a admin of the page. And so that piece of it comes up. It asks me if I want to claim my credit because they give you $100 usually free to use, $150 depending on the time of year. And then if I want to add an update, so when I go to Google, if I search for my business, automatically that comes up. So the next part under this is how it will look. And as Bruce said earlier, here's a map. Maps is important. You have to weigh it, the privacy concerns and everything else. If you're a business, you want to be found. Unfortunately, there's no other way around it to use your address. But again, Google will serve up a map pack to allow you to do somebody to find you. It'll serve up those photos as well in your business listing. And if you come down here, this is where it also will show. So again, it's free advertising. Somebody search for your business. If it comes up, if somebody does a search for a senior high school photographer, and we're coming up on the listings, it's the same as basically search for our business. Those particular items can come up in this search. And to carry the Google My Business one step further, it also gives you a way to ask for reviews. You can ask for reviews from your clients, and Google likes them. Google will rank you higher if you have more. We have to do better about that. We're, you know, it's that whole plumber has leaky pipes. We don't ask for them enough, but I'm trying to put some automations, just like with the brief, that when we're done with a client after, and for us, it's within 17 hats, it'll send them an automated message to say, hey, you know, how did we do? And give them some help, because that's one of the things we're finding is even when we give somebody an email to say, please review us, they're not really sure what that means. So, you know, so we give them sort of starting points to, you know, how did we do? What kind of sessions did you have? Did you like the location? Just some of those kind of things, and just give them some feeler words and feeler phrases to pull from, because they become intimidated when they have a blank page. That whole blank page syndrome that we all encounter. Well, they do also.
AJ said that his client submitted reviews 3 times and they never showed up on Google. Do you have any ideas how that can happen? Technologically incompetent client?
It could be. Well, the other thing is that I've encountered is if somebody does it like too many times in a row, so they don't see it come up, and they do it again, Google will flag it. And I've had that happen personally to me because I didn't see it come up, and I redid a review and it wasn't, you know, it wasn't there. And I did some research, and that's basically what it was. The bots looked at it as somebody was trying to hack them, or somebody was trying to force reviews. So it could be that. Not saying it is, but it could be that. All right. Come on. Look at this mouse. Which way this mouse is going yet? There it is. Got to slow it down. So that answered the question there. Question as well.
So it's weeks apart.
Okay. Now here's a fun thing that I've been experimenting with. How many people have seen near me, like photographer near me, restaurant near me, that kind of thing? I've been experimenting with naming a couple pages near me. So Your Journey Studios near me, photographer near me. It's actually been working pretty well. The beauty about this stuff is you can play with it. You name a page something, as long as you're tracking it and you know what it's doing, then there's no harm, no foul. It doesn't hurt you. You can tell if it hurts you when you pull it down. But it's actually been helping because in our area, matter of fact, when I was in North Carolina, you could find photographer near me in North Carolina because my page was near me. But if you do all your Google My Business stuff in a line, if somebody says photographer near me, the chances of you coming up near them because they're using geolocation is better than if they try to search for a photographer. The near me just geolocates quicker. I just tried to cheat the system by naming pages near me. It's a fun example, you know. All right, let's go back to this. Go back to the full brief. Oh, let me see that back here. All right, we're gonna go back to this full brief. Anybody have any other questions on the Google My Business part? This goes back to what I was talking about, the reviews. The best reviews offer specific details. And again, here's some of the questions that our automation will start sending to our clients. This says, new car, but about your session. What kind of session did you have? What city do you live in? Where do we do the photo shoot? This will give them feelers. And it's not just as important to get reviews, but guess what we have to do? We have to interact with those reviews. Again, it's that stuff we don't like to do. We sometimes like the paperwork. So good or bad reviews, we have to acknowledge them and talk about it. And Google likes that. Google will reward you, good or bad review. Google will reward you for answering that. This is this way Bruce was talking about. Google.com/maps. If you type in your business name, you can see if you are listed there. If you're not, you have to do a little bit of work. This is a screen that'll come up if your business isn't there and you want to claim your business. Your business isn't there, it's going to ask you, hey, I can't find you. Is this your business? And then it's going to ask you information. And quite frankly, I personally think that Google Maps is as important as Google My Business. I almost don't separate the two, simply because, as Bruce said, that's how people find you on the map. And that's how Google near the business name near me functions as well. This is part of the brief I gave a couple of weeks ago. And I was just doing, it was in a small town around us in Leonardtown, and I did chocolate near me. And again, this is what we found. And guess what? The chocolate near me, this company is doing a great job because there is no competition listed, even though I know there's a lot of competition, or quite a few competition to them here and within the town. There's probably 3 others, but they're doing a great job because they're like on the first page. But again, this is what you get. You get the chocolate, you look through chocolate shops near me, they're gonna give you a map pack. And from that, you can find the business, you can get directions, you can make phone calls to the business. So you ask, where do the photos come from? Again, the photos and the posts and everything are also done with maps. All right. That one, that's at SEO. Google My Business. Let's go to the full. All right. Boy, this is fun doing this on hybrid. All right, we're still on SEO. And again, I've jumped off of Google My Business because I really think Google My Business is the tip of the sword, especially for our small businesses. It's just, I call it the low-hanging fruit. It's kind of easy to do once you get into it. And then all the Google tools will help you with other tools that you want, if you want to use them. My first thing is when I go to talk to a client, I ask about Google My Business, because once we have Google My Business done and some of the Google tools, I can help them a lot better than if they don't have it. So that's the first thing we really, really have to do. Because we can spend a lot of money on pretty photos.
Before you jump off of the Google
Uh-huh.
My Business, I have Google My Business page set up. There's also another Google listing for my business.
Okay.
How does that happen, and what is the importance of that?
Well, I would tell you,
Repeat Repeat the
Yeah, I was
question
gonna
for those at home.
Yeah, that's right. So Heidi asked if she has two pages in Google My Business. I would assume one's a primary that you use, and then another one just popped up somehow or another. Yeah,
Correct.
we had the same thing happen to us for some odd reason. Under when you go to your Google My Business page, you will see contact, basically contact us to Google. And you can contact them directly and they will help you with that particular thing. Under the Google My Business page. We had it happen to us. I did a chat with the Google representatives from there and they merged the pages.
Awesome.
So I don't know how it happened, but we had the same thing. I was populating. I was checking results one day and all of a sudden I saw two come up in the listing when I went to go say manage my page. And so it happens. But I would take care of it sooner than later because having two competing is hard on business, and Google doesn't know what to do with it. So yeah, take care of it. I would take care of it. I mean, it's not really detrimental. In the long run it is, but short term it's not. All right, we've talked a little bit about keywords. I'm going to take you through a little bit of keyword research. And why I think that's important is because every time when we're talking websites, we need to know what people are searching for. Again, I go back to my example. People aren't searching portrait artist necessarily, unless you're clientele or in maybe the upper third. Maybe they're using portrait artist as a search term, but you have to know your demographic and you have to know what the common terms is that they will use. So I guess you guys have heard of Google. We've been talking about it quite a bit. Google does a thing called predictive searching. It's kind of fun. You can start typing in a term like high school. Come on. Like high school senior.
Yep. Somebody said they lost audio.
Okay.
Tom,
Uh-huh.
quick question. I'm a Google person.
Okay.
A lot of people are Google persons.
Yep.
Microsoft likes Bing.
Mhm.
Are we looking at crossing over? One doesn't do the other?
Yeah, I have both. I mean, I do both. And my recommendation is to do all your Google tools, get all those done. Then you can go to the Bing search engine. And I'll repeat this when they come back online. But then you go to the Bing search engine and say you want to register there. And then it'll take all your Google information that you've already done and it'll import it for you.
Oh, just do it.
Yeah, it will. Because it'll make you connect to Google My Business or Google Analytics and all those kind of things there.
And other than Bing and Google, there's a couple others that are really small.
Yeah, and a lot of those will feed from that data that they're getting from the other search engines.
What's
So,
Apple use?
Apple, I think, is using Google now.
Are they?
To tell you the truth, yeah. Yes. Yep, are we up?
I don't know, Zoom, I mean,
Did
I'm
Zoom-
looking at, Zoom sees the audio.
Is it more than one person that says they can't see the audio?
No, and it was somebody who muted it on there.
Okay. That's okay. All right, I think we're back. The question was asked in the audience here about what do we do about Bing, Microsoft search engine. My recommendation is to get all the Google tools lying flat, is how I call it, Google Analytics, Google My Business, that kind of thing. And then when you go to register yourself in Bing, it'll ask you to log in to Google Analytics and that kind of those tools with that account, and it'll import all your data. Makes it a lot easier than having to do the validations and everything else. So that answer everything for you?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. If you try to bounce back and forth, you're going to work yourself to death. So get one straight first. So Google has a really cool thing. Bing has it too, but Google's a little bit better. And since it's the largest search engine, we'll use that as a model. But when you start typing in something, Google says, here's what people are also searching. Again, these are keywords. These are important because these are words we also have to include on our website. We have to include them in metadata. We have to include them in headlines. All these things feed into Google knowing you're a high school senior photographer. Again, there's a high school seniors near me. That's a real term, real search term. Now, if we finish this term, and I'll go down and I'll just say high school senior, I'll click on this one. Google is really nice to us because it does a couple things for us. Once I get rid of that graph. Google gives us a lot of information here. Google also asks you, show you what other people are searching for, which is may or may not be in your market, in your niche. But if we go down towards the bottom here, it also gives you some of the map pack stuff, some of the top stories in here. If you have a blog, which we're going to address in a little bit, people don't like blogging, but it's a necessary evil if we do it. And I'll give you a fun tool to play with to help you. Oh. This also lets you know what other people are searching for, the related searches. Now here, since we're in DC, around the DC area, we're getting a lot of high schools. Once you go out to suburbs a little bit more, you won't get a lot of high schools because I put high school senior in there. But if I did high school senior, I didn't do pictures or anything. I didn't do photography, so that's how we're getting high schools. So now we'll change the search up slightly. Come on. There it is. And now, this is where some of that information that you put in Google starts coming into play. This is also where your blogs start coming into play. Google starts serving up your photos, and that's when I talk about filling in all the metadata. These photos, if you have them on your website, how would they know they're a high school senior if you didn't tell Google that they're a high school senior? All the major Wix or PhotoBiz or all those guys have a way to put the metadata in there. Have a way to, when you upload a photo, it says, what is this photo? What does it mean? What's it doing? That's just as important as taking a pretty photograph. People also ask, when people tell me they can't find a topic for a blog post, I always tell them search. Use Google and search for your niche. Search for high school seniors, search for headshots, search for commercial photography, anything. Because what you're going to have is what people also ask. Guess what those questions are? They're frequently asked questions. That's a blog post. It's also something that you can put on your website. So you could take some of this information that they're giving you and you can expand on it. It just gives you something to write about. Again, we're stuck with a blank page, and that's scary. So again, high school seniors photos, they call that long tail keywords, more than 2 words. I'm not gonna get caught up with the fancy stuff, the fancy words. If you talk to marketers, they're gonna say short-term or long-term. What's your short-term keyword? That just means your photography technically would be most of our short-term, short tail word, just a small word, general category. And then as we get longer and longer, tails get longer, more and more words. So you'll hear that and you'll see that if you try to Google it, but don't get scared of that because it's just something else. Let's go down to the bottom here. And here's the other better example of related searches. And from this, you can click on the searches and you will get more data, more frequently asked questions, more other people ask. Again, this is stuff that you can put on your website. We all, people ask us the same questions day in and day out, but how many of us write them down? Well, if you're a high school senior photographer, there's a bunch of them sitting there right then that you can start writing about. People are asking those questions. Anybody have any questions on why keywords are important or how to play with the keywords or anything like that? Nope, we're good. All right. Let's go look at a. Now, early on, I said something about we are going to do some spying on a competition. So we will go back to this brief. Let me close a couple of these windows down for now. We're going to move back to the same. Okay, good. So this is a great spy tool, HFRS. It's also a monitoring tool for your website. It takes a little bit to get into it. How many people know what their DNS is and where it's housed and all that kind of stuff, their information? And if you don't, if you have PhotoBiz or one of those guys, they help you with this. And I got to go plug the PhotoBiz. We don't use them, but we were in North Carolina, and while we were working this same brief and everything else, they were on the phone with every one of the participants that had PhotoBiz and updated their DNS records for them so they could work live. So I just have to give them a plug because they were like super helpful. I mean, just great. So anyway, this is free. It's basically a website monitoring tool. And it's free for you. So you can monitor your own website. I included the link in there because it changed last week and I had to find it again. It says you only validate the ownership of your website. That's the thing with the DNS. If you don't have your domain name stuff and you don't know where it is or anything like that, talk to your hoster and they'll help you with that. But this particular tool will allow you to do a lot of things that we need to do in one place. So I will bring you ahrs.com. Yep, and it's webmaster tools. All right, let me sign into this account. All right. Let's take this one.
The service there's a free option or
Mhm.
it's just a free trial?
No, there's a free option. The link I gave you takes you to the free option. It's only from one site, but there is a paid version where you can do multiple sites. And the beauty of this tool, and I'll tell you, this is a tool that I ran with a couple from North Carolina. One of the blogs she'd taken the blog like for about 10 years. She had moved it like 3 times. And this is a tool we used to discover that she had about 800 backlinks that were like disallowed, and she had to start working through them or removing them because it was hurting her stuff. So I'm going to go in. So basically, once you sign up for this and everything, it's going to ask you for your domain. It's going to ask you for what are you trying to monitor, what project you want to. There's not a lot of data in here right now for this particular domain. It's just a networking domain that they really aren't real active, but it's a good demo. It gives rankings. And remember what I said when Google makes changes? So you have to use just look at trends. Well, Google made a huge change here to the logarithm, and so they're trying to catch up. It really doesn't mean a lot because they still have traffic, but the graphs are sometimes kind of skewed. Again, we just look at historical data when we're talking about this. Come on. Yeah, it's not going. Let's go back to.
I missed a quick question.
Go ahead.
On the website for Ahrefs,
Mhm.
So start a 7-day trial.
Yeah, but right beside it, or the link that I had on my brief will take you to the free version of that. They want you to sign up, and so they make it a little harder to find the free one.
Thank you.
Yeah, in the brief this morning, I went and dug and found the back door to the link. It's there.
It's right underneath the orange block.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Or use Ahrefs for your own website
Yeah.
for free.
Yeah, it's
Right underneath that orange block.
Because I keep reading, I should do that.
well, it's kind of tough on the phone because
I've looked at it.
they made it real small. So yeah. So anyway, this gives you tracking. It'll track all your keywords. You can put keywords in there to track just for your domain. So we just talked about keywords. So we went to Google and we said, what's the keywords? What do I want to rank for? What do I anticipate I can rank for? So this is where we would put that information. But let me go back here real quick. Come on. And then let me find. I'm going to bring up one other tool. There it is. The other tool I recommend, sort of goes hand in hand with this, is called Uber Suggest.
Uber suggests?
Uber Suggest. Come on. And this is where you sort of can spy on your neighbor. Uber Suggest allows you to do similar websites. So I don't know if there's one in here. I think I did, what is it, Maryland? PPA.com, right? For us here.
Yep.
Yeah. Is what we're doing.
AJ asked, is there a way to download the Canva presentation?
I'll send it because I do some edits as we go, as questions arise. And then what I'll do is I'll have your email address where I send it, and I'll just send you the updated download link.
Okay.
Yep. So basically what I just did is a competitive analysis. I'm looking at somebody else that's a competitor, and I just used us here. But when I was in North Carolina, it was kind of fun because we pulled everybody's domain up. They were all friendly there. So they started competing against each other because they wanted to see if they were outranking each other for competitive keywords. And it was kind of funny because we had one wedding photographer that had been in business 15 years, and he was pretty competitive in how his website was professionally done. He did keyword analysis with the company he had it with. But when we did some of those analyses, he also realized that there were a couple people nipping at his heels because they're also wedding photographers. So he basically started up, he said, I have to up my game. But it was a friendly exchange of information. Again, this tells you the search volumes, monthly traffic to the website. And then these are keywords, similar websites to here, and we can go to common keywords. So as we are trying to find keywords, as we want to come up with titles, as we want to come up with blog posts with particular words and sentences and that kind of thing in it, these are the things we do and this is all SEO. This is how you want to be found in Google. Without knowing the first part of it, knowing your consumer, who is your client? Or are you a $1,500 photographer or you're a $10,000 photographer? You have to know where you sit in that range. You have to know your avatar. You have to know your client. That's going to determine some of these keywords that you're going to use. Because most people here know Sterling. I can guarantee you Sterling's website probably doesn't have pictures on it as a keyword. Because Sterling serves a different clientele in his neighborhood. His packages probably aren't $500. But he nonetheless has to do this type of work. He has to figure out what that is. And with his site and his demographic and his people, he would do similar search because he has photographers around him that compete in the same arena. And he would do just what we did. He would pull up their website. And it may not be next door neighbor. Anybody want to give me one of their websites to look at?
Do BruceFPressPhotography.com.
Which one?
Bruce F as in friend, pressphotography.com.
I just, hey, we're up there all the time. Come on. Yeah. All right, Bruce is graciously volunteered.
See?
See, oh, hold on. That's okay. Come on. Yep. So not much traffic listings on there.
Hey, at least I have a Google My Business.
Yeah, no, it's, well, it's, all right, let's do this. Let's see if it's having an issue or if it's just, yeah, it's fine. All right, we'll put us out there.
Oh, nice.
All right, we're gonna go down to the keywords. I'll show you. So for some reason, it's throwing up, these are similar websites to us. A couple of them I don't understand why, but that's okay. Let's see if there's anybody that actually brings up. Nope.
What's expert photography?
Yeah, that's just, I think that's a yeah, somebody else. So by pulling our domain up, I see things that they consider similar to us, and probably because I put near me on a page, it pulled up near me. I think I still have a page or two that says near me. I mean, but the nice thing about this tool is it gives you a starting point to know what your competition is doing. And believe me, Carol and I have quite a few photographers in our area, and we will pull photographers that are competing with us, and we will make sure that our keywords. Then
When you put in the name, you have to put in like your name or your whatever it is, .com.
.com, right?
Okay.
Your domain, your full domain. Yep. Put your full domain in, you'll get it'll return information. And so that's a little spying part. Yeah, that's what it is. It's these near me.
It's not spying, it's getting comps.
That's it. That's it. That's it. But this also is the fun part, because sometimes what will happen is you don't know you have competition in the area, and you don't know that they're competing for a particular keyword. I stumbled a couple of years back on pictures being a very key word, and Carol and I had a really heated discussion on using pictures versus portrait artists, because we're not picture takers. But according to searches, we are. This makes sense? And again, this is a free tool to use to find out where you're sitting, where you're ranking. It'll show you in your top pages. We're in the middle of redoing our site from top to bottom. So this information to me is golden, because I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, what pages can't I do away with? You know, which ones do I need to keep? And if I'm getting the photographers near me, I'm getting like 55 hits during this reporting time, then I probably will keep that, because that's pretty high. I might be foolish to get rid of it. So I'll still keep that published. It may not be my main page, but I'll still keep it listed. You don't have to have, here's the beauty of this. These pages, this is our domain. These pages, I do not have to have a menu item attached to them. They can be just sitting there with this information. And when I say with this information, photographers near me, I would do like a blog post that would have, would contain photographers near me as somewhere in the text. I would have our photos. I would tell you what kind of photos we do, what our specials are, everything. But that page would stay there. It could be a blog post, or it could just be a plain page, but I would not hide it from the search engine. I would keep it public. That make sense?
Is there any reason to hide any of your pages from the search engines?
Yes. If Bruce just asked, is there any reason to hide pages? If you have incomplete information or duplicate information on pages, you do not want to have two with the same page, the same information on them. Google won't know which one to list, and it'll basically delist it, so you'll take a hit. I've seen a lot of people that do that. They'll have high school seniors, and then they'll do, seniors, high school, they have two separate pages. One will be on menu, one. But when you do this information, you don't see it because Google doesn't like it, so it's not listed. So in theory, all the pages are unique, reworded, but unique. And it's just like this one here, this the Santa experience. That one's getting ready to do well. It lists well within Google. Right now it's not the season, but that one, I wouldn't delist that one either. I wouldn't hide it. But I would create more backlinks. And that's what we're in the process of trying to do doing now. Creating links to other things like within pages, we create links to other pages that'll list, like in the photographers near me, I would link back to my high school senior page. Maybe I would talk about my high school senior page. I would talk about maybe book an appointment, that kind of thing, and link within the site. That make sense?
So Tom,
Huh?
where does this photographers near me, what page is that literally on your website?
That page right now is just a page after the home page someplace. So in my structure, it's really not in my structure. So it's not a menu item you can find. It's a page. So Heidi asked, where is this photographers near me page? It was a test that I was doing to see if I could get listed higher in photographers near me. And it is just a page mirroring my home page, but with somewhat different information. That's really all. But it contains keywords that I want to be listed for, especially photographers near me. There's a couple of mentions to photographers near me, which is kind of foolish to try to write an article about photographers near me, but it's there. And
So it's a legit page.
legit page.
But it's not on your menu, meaning if I went straight to your website,
You wouldn't see it.
I couldn't click. So that's the whole point, is
Right.
to have some of these pages that the search engine will drive,
Right.
but the consumer, if they go straight to your page, is not seeing photographers near me and clicking. on
Right,
it.
right. Yeah, and Heidi's asking basically that these pages, some of these pages don't have to be listed on your menu item. And that's really a big aha moment a lot of photographers, a lot of businesses have, is that when I talk with them, is that we don't have to have all the pages. They can be public, but they don't have to be listed within your menu items, or else you have menu items that are a foot long. And with Google and responsive stuff, it's things you look at your phone trying to find something. We're trying to keep the menu items really small so that they can navigate quickly. Go ahead.
When you look up the keywords
Mhm.
of other competitors, are these keywords they put in on their website in order to drive business to them, and that's the keywords?
Exactly. That's so the question was asked, when you do keyword research and you're doing the competitive research like this, are those words that the competition are using on their website? And the answer is yes. And that's why we do that. You do competitive research so that we can find out what our competitors are using. Because sometimes there's a word and they're ranking for it and you don't understand, you don't realize it.
So say another photographer put a picture up, they put a keyword on that picture on the website.
They would put, the article would contain keywords. The alt text, when you upload that photo, may contain the same type keywords. The description may contain the same type keywords. And when you start doing your competitive research and you click on a photo, it will show you, some of these will show you where those pages are and what they look like.
I have two questions. They're somewhat similar, but if you're hosting client galleries
Mhm.
that are password protected, is it useful to add keywords and alt tags?
If it's not visible to the public, then my recommendation and Google's recommendation is not to make that public, not indexable.
Okay,
So when you normally let's use Zenfolio is some a lot of photographers use. In Zenfolio, you can post a password protected article and there's a checkbox that says, do you want this indexed? So the index deals with Google and Bing. So if you don't want an index, make that checkbox. If you host your own websites and WordPress and that kind of thing, there's similar options within that and you can exclude it from being indexed.
I was saying, related to that, James says that he hides his private client pages.
Yeah.
yeah, no, mine are part.
Right. Yeah, and so then, the beauty of that is since you hide them, you don't have to worry about keywords, you don't have to worry about indexing. You hide them, get rid of them, nobody sees them.
So my second question is a workflow question.
Okay,
And this may be personal preference, but is there value in attending to keywords while you're in post-production prior to upload? Or doing it on your website directly?
all right. Heidi's question is ask, and it's actually a question that more photographers should ask. I'll just say that because their workflow is great for them. Heidi's asking, is it beneficial to worry about keywords research while you're doing your editing and include those within the photos and within the metadata within the photo? There's a two-part question, or two answers to that question. If you're using WordPress, I would say most definitely do it as part of your workflow. Include it as part of your workflow. If you're using other hosting places, you may not be able to upload those photos with the metadata attached. But WordPress will allow you to share all the metadata from all of the sharing sites we do. I think even Zenfolio now. So if you were sharing a gallery on Zenfolio, bring the data with it. Just like Lightroom and Photoshop, it'll bring all the metadata with it. It's just a plugin on the website that allows you to connect the two and import it. Yep. So that answer it?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, it's the devil's in the details. If you don't do it when you do the post-processing, you're going to have to do it afterward. If you can do it when you do post-processing or uploading the photos, and that's probably a better way if you're using a WordPress as your blog, is to on import put a lot of metadata in there where you were, some of your keywords, and you get a good portion of that already in there, and then you can do this kind of stuff. But if you can do some keyword search before you import it and then you start importing it, then you do this enough, you're going to know what photos, what your keywords are, unless you have a unique photo session, and then maybe you want to do a lot more research to figure out what others are doing. So
out of curiosity, Tom, before you move off of Uber suggest, can we look at another, but out of the region, another photographer's website that I think we all know would be really robust, and that would be MDPPA?
yeah. Yeah, spell it now. Is it MEG?
I think it's MEGANDIPER. Is it IO?
It's just a.
.com, you think?
Is it?
I think it's IO. We might have to do a Google
I was gonna say, I might do a Google search first. What was that? It might, yeah. No, it's not.
DIPIERO. IERO. Tequila.
DEP.
DIP.
Hold on.
DIPI.
Okay.
ERO.
IERO. That right?
Yeah, I don't know if that's her website. That's how she spells her name.
Yeah, it is. All right, Heidi asked if we could take and throw somebody else's website up so we could see what that looks like that's out of the region. And
It's pretty good.
oh yeah, she has a lot. Now it's funny because you can look and see, you know, she has 55 visits here, but then you look at how she has backlinks that are attached to her webpage. She has 87. Pretty significant. That doesn't happen overnight.
Can you circle back and explain backlink again?
Yep. Backlink is basically you linking or somebody linking to you.
Somebody-
Yeah, somebody linking to you. We also use backlinks within our sites to link to galleries and that kind of thing to provide some authority. But
Right, but they're probably only counting the ones that come from other domains.
in this case, they probably are.
Right, because that's elevating your presence. If other people are linking to you, then each one makes you a bigger deal, right?
So like an association that you belong to that has
Yep.
a listing and the website.
Yep.
and
Yep, any of your
organic-
commercial
organic
stuff.
Backlink would be my LinkedIn page, pointing back and having my
Yep.
company data sitting on it. Okay.
PPA, Model Mayhem.
Right, but it could also be somebody who's like, Heidi just had this great blog article, I want to share it with my, you know.
So a Facebook post, a social media post that,
I mean, that's considered a backlink because Facebook is there. Here, and then carrying that one step further, we're talking about backlinks and how we could do it. You could link to your professional organizations, do articles for professional organizations, ship something to PPA, get it published. Another one that's, I call it the low hanging fruit. Anybody heard of medium.com? I call that a low hanging fruit because you can self-publish there. So you can publish a blog article on Medium and link back to your website. So you could be the authority on medium.com to whatever subject matter you want. It is,
Kind of like an independent
Yeah.
journalist,
yeah,
you know.
it's a hybrid between a blog and a news
And a
and
news outlet.
yeah, it's independent writers, Medium. Mhm. Right. Yeah, and if you talk to people that are heavy into blogging, that's a quick way to get authority, because when we say authority, they have a ton of users, they have a ton of links, they have a ton of content, and if you linking from them, automatically you get authority because they're bigger than you. So yeah, this is now see, you can look at Megan's, and when you start coming down here, book your session and that kind of stuff, it's not showing a whole lot of visits at all. But that's not a bad thing. They're listed.
can you view a social media site here?
Yeah, let's go to the
So
sticker.
could you look at your Journey Studios, your Facebook page or your Instagram page? See what was happening.
This is Megan's. Yeah, this one you can't. You can
Are
just,
those Facebook links back to her main page?
these are just
Those are Facebook links back to her main page.
back to her page, just like
Yeah.
Heidi was saying. These are the Facebook page back to here. These are the Pinterest items back to this page.
Right,
When
and
look
you,
at
it's
that
telling,
Page.
yeah,
like
so
would
can you
do
put
in a
in,
browser.
right, so can you put in Facebook / Megan DePiero as, or your Journey
What-
Studios? But it's doing the domain, not the page, right?
It is doing, in that case, this is domain.
Right,
Yes.
so then
So you can't
Facebook
do-
would be ridiculous.
Yeah,
Right, so you can't actually see what your company page on Facebook through this sort of module is doing.
your
Or
company,
what competition
your
is.
company, yeah, let's see.
Facebook does keep statistics like that.
Yeah.
Well, Facebook does keep statistics, and also when you use the site : your domain name. So it'll show you what Google lists, because this is really just what Google lists.
Okay.
So if we do it this way, we'll do this. We should be able to do just what you do, and then I'll explain what we're doing. Come on. Pull that.
Yep.
Now this should show. None on the first page. He's got a lot on the first page. So what Heidi was asking, is there a way to find to see the Facebook linking to your page through traditional search engines like this? And this should show you, but I think Megan's got so many on the first page, it's pushing her back. So let's see, hold on. Megan, families. Yeah, that's what's happening. It's got a lot on there. There's coaching.
Was that what you were asking?
Sort of.
Yeah, I think
When we're on a break, I'll try to get a little more specific about what I was asking.
I think what Heidi was maybe asking was more, can you get the statistics and get the backlinks and stuff to your Facebook page so that you can have a better idea of how your Facebook page is performing? Is that closer?
Well, if you're trying to do a competition, it's one thing. If you're trying to own, it's the other. Yes,
Right,
your own, you can.
Yes, that's.
The
right. It's really
business
not
suite, the business suite within Google will allow you to, or within Facebook will allow you to have all those stats of
I'm
how this,
curious about others.
right. If you're trying to do the lookup of others,
Yeah.
I'll have to, it used to be, matter of fact, it used to, even ours used to have this thing in this site search. So during a break, I'll look and see why it's,
So there are competitors. that
Correct.
are really optimizing social
Yeah.
media.
do you want to take a break?
That's fine.
Yeah. All right, let's take what, 10?
That sounds good.
All right, let's take about a 10-minute break and then we'll come back.
2:15, We'll be back at
2:15?
2:50.
Oh, 2:50. I was gonna say 2:15.
Backwards in
Is your
time.
clock? Sure.
Now.
All right, everybody hears?
Yeah.
Yep, good, good. Yeah, sit down. All these noisy people in here. Carol,
It's Marcy's fault.
quiet in the back.
Careful. You gotta look at that.
No, I don't have to go, I don't have to go home with her. Not this week, no. Oh, it's funny. No, not today. All right, anybody have any questions on what we just covered? I'll still talk about SEO, but I'm gonna move on to a couple other tools. And since we have Megan's site up, I'll use that again. Any other questions in here? I know we discussed like quite a few things about Google My Business, Google Maps in here, even websites. Nope, we're good. Okay. All right. One of the other things and one of the other tools I'm going to give you, and it's listed here, is a report on what your website looks like. It gives you a grade like we're used to in school. It looks like this. It says the SEO checklist. It's this one here. Again, it's starred. This one I like because it's, come here. There you go. It gives us a lot of information. And
One, pull your mask out. And two, if you want to just put the chair over there, you can.
all right. So we went back to, we're using Megan's site because we were just talking about Megan's site. There's somebody out of here. Somebody's done a very good job with SEO and that kind of stuff. This basic audit your website. Performance, usability, all the criteria, on-page SEO, links, and it grades you. You'll probably be pretty disappointed, most of us, when we look at our site to this. Now, this is just gives you a starting point, tells you where you are today. My goal about this is, remember, is actionable items out of this training. So it's just small things to get you better, get you healthy in the web arena. Basically, this page will allow you, come on, it will show you if you have photos that are taking too long, if you have files. Some people are really bad about putting like PDFs on their website for download and that kind of thing. It's those pages, and it'll tell you that, and it'll show you what pages these are. It'll also give a priority of the pages, of the errors, of the problems on the site. I like to pull this one up simply because Some people like graphs, some people like to be told what to do and how to do it. And some of them, they're talking, it'll tell you if your tags are too long, if your headers are too long, too short, not enough information on photos. It'll tell you, this particular tool will tell you that in a grading format, A, B, C, and D, and the dreaded F, I believe. It also tells you keywords. Again, we can use this for competitive stuff because you don't have to own a website to check out your competitors. So you can do the same thing against your competitors to find out how healthy they are and find out if they're ranking better because they're healthier than you are. But it also gives you a get well card, and these are all checks. And they're green, which means she's good. But if you didn't have one of these things, like if you weren't indexing Google, you didn't have SSL, you didn't have all these, it would tell you. It tells you, we talked about backlinks. It tells you how many backlinks she has on the page, and it'll tell you, hey, how many backlinks you have. This piece, this goes back to sort of what Heidi was asking about backlinks. Also, these kinds of articles, when we talk about our competitors and everything else, they give us ideas, again, articles, blogs, ideas of where we can post, where we maybe submit articles to. In this case, she did PPA a couple of times. She's got, let's see, she's got something in FeedBurner that's listed out there. The Loop again, Model Mayhem, she's got an article. So this gives you an idea of where to start posting some articles or submitting articles. Competitive analysis.
James said that SmugMug doesn't allow Ahrefs
Correct.
from crawling it, which is maybe why mine didn't show up, because that's where I host.
If you host and it could be PhotoBiz for the longest time did not either. I mean, they did during COVID, they made some changes. It did not, and I just kept hounding them and sending an email to them to please allow this IP addresses and please allow HF, and they changed it. And I'm not sure if it was just because of me, but they had an email a week from me for like 6 months. And they finally changed it and they were good about it. They sent me a mail message and said, hey, this is done and we changed this for you. So SmugMug may be the same way. May not allow it. And you can ask them to open it up for HFRF. But having said that, this is why we go to a different tool, or have a lot of tools to use, because if one is blocked or one you can't get to, you can always use another to find out where you sit. So we found out we're using HFRF for keyword search, or for health of our website, we can use this tool for those two things as well. Or we can use for keywording, we can still use Google. The idea is to have multiple tools to do the same thing, because at any time Google will change something, security changes on websites, and you may or may not be able to get to your tools. The beauty about if we get Ahrefs sends you automated emails saying how good you are, or how many like keywords you're ranking for, where your improvements are, or if your website's down, it'll tell you too. Let's see, this is the social results. I'm still looking for the social because I know it used to be on Facebook or on Google. Yeah, okay. Okay. So any questions on those particular tools right now? Now you guys have been asking here. Anybody on La La Land? On any other tools yet? So far we've covered, the last one was the SEO checklist site. We've covered the Uber suggests where you can do keyword research. You also can do competitive analysis. We've talked about how to use Google's site reference to check your domain. So these are all ways to figure out, using other tools, to find out how you look. One of the last ones here that I like to use as a plugin in Chrome for those who like Chrome. And it's called GMB Crush. And basically what that will do is let you see how you look in maps. What is it? That's yours, Bruce. Press.
Who's that press?
All right. Let's see, we pulled you up here. There it is. Hey, look at you. So I'm gonna pull Bruce's Chrome. There it is. All right, so Bruce here is falling on the sword for us today. So this is how GMB Crush is a plugin, basically a plugin to Chrome. It allows you to see how you look to the search engines once you go to Google for Maps in particular, and Google My Business. I like it because it just gives a cursory search of everything. Come on. It does a little bit of work in the background to see where you're mentioned and how you look. And if you have a pin, just does a cursory check, which is kind of nice every now and then. And like Heidi asked earlier about her 2 accounts, it'd be nice to see which account this is attached to, and maybe just validate it afterward for the maps. So again, this is talking just about Bruce only. All the information, as Bruce said, maps is important, comes from Google My Business, fed from maps. Look at you, Bruce. And basically what it's doing is going through all the listings for Bruce. It's still crushing it. Oh,
Look at you using that language.
yes,
It's crushing.
it's crushing it. We just bombed out of it. That's all right.
You get to see a password.
Was that?
But that's a Chrome plugin.
That's a Chrome plugin and it's fed off of Maps. Just because it's sort of like a cursory check. I call it a backwards check, basically. I pulled up Chris's earlier just to play with it and see what it pulled up here. So again, this goes through looking at your Google listing, looks at your map listing, and then it starts pulling all your listings from Google. And it really gives a nice look of how you stand. What was that? But his website.
Right.
Yeah. It'll open up everywhere he is mentioned. And that again is driven from the maps. And again, I use it as a cursory check back to make sure your Google map listing is correct and not linking to somebody else, which it does. But that's a free check. Come on. Let's talk about this. Now I'm not going to walk you through step by step with Google Search Console, simply because it'll pull up like a ton of the data. But the URL, I have it in the brief, backup slides. but Google. Let's see. Let me. So it's, yep. All right. The URL to that is search.google.com. And this is one of the starting spots to help you fill in all that data that's going to eventually go to Bing. You've done the Google My Business. Start working on Google Search Console. Google Search Console will allow you to do some keyword research, but also keep track of your website. And let's see, there you go. So when you come into the Google Search Console, first thing it's going to ask you is to connect a domain. Again, very similar to the Google My Business page, where it tries to validate who you are, and it'll walk you through how to get each one of these things connected. It's an either or situation. But once you choose it, it'll allow, this one allows multiple verification methods, which means it could send you a postcard. It could call your phone that's listed. This is the one most people use, and that's a DNS verification, which if you have a GoDaddy or PhotoBiz or something like that, or your DNS, they'll walk you through and they'll give you what to put in there. The information that contains is very similar to href. Very similar, but it also ties in with all the Google tools as we move forward. So let me move this over here. Anybody have any questions on what that may or may not be? Let's see. Let me move this over real quick. One of the things earlier that Heidi was asking was about listing pages and not listing pages. Those pages that we list within Google are on sitemaps. And that is where you can exclude or include those pages. Everybody has a sitemap to their site, or at least should. Most hosting sites are automated. Most of them are. PhotoBiz is one of those where they say, here it is, and go register it here. So like with PhotoBiz, for example, we'll give you instructions to go here. I think Smugler does the same thing. So we'll tell you here's the steps now that you're ready to register here to get your sitemap registered. And again, this is important because if you're doing a renovation to your website and you've excluded some pages or added pages or want to make pages private, this is the thing that tells Google to look at that page or not look at the page. And if you have a lot of pages that are indexed from a long time ago and you haven't updated those, you probably want to pull those down if they're not listed anywhere and they're doing nothing but adding baggage to your site. And again, this very similar to href, but it is a little harder to read, not as friendly. You can't do keyword research on this one. You have to go to a different tool to do that.
So
And
every time you reference the site, you refer to as HFref, even though it's AHref. Is there?
no, it's
is
the
there
same thing.
another-
No, it's the same thing. AHrefs.
Okay.
Yeah, AHrefs. I probably don't enunciate the A at all. Maybe
Yeah.
not.
I didn't know if there was another site.
No,
that
no,
you had.
It's AHrefs is a tool that's the free domain
Right.
monitoring,
Yep.
single page monitoring. I mean, you can pay for it if you have multiples, but we don't. All right, let me ask this. We've talked a little bit about Uber Suggest. Talked about anybody have any other information they want to know about Uber Suggest or dive back into it a little bit, or predictive searching? I think that was right now. Okay, good. This is a dreaded topic for a lot of people, blogging. And the reason I start with SEO first is because SEO keywording first is because it becomes vitally important when you're blogging. We're creatives. We have a tendency to want to put flowery words and everything else in our blogs and make them, you know, they sound great, and we're writers, you know, for creatives, we could be writers and we like to write. However, writing with only that as an intent doesn't always help the end result of finding clients and moving them to the website. So my opinion is we should at least start with the intent of what is this article for? Is it something to promote my business? Is it something to promote my craft? Is it something I'm just doing it for fun? Go in, you know, just figure out what your purpose of this article is. If it's for fun, keywording goes out the window. If it's for getting clients, demonstrating your work, that kind of thing, then keyword research becomes your friend, because there's no sense in spending the time in writing an article if nobody's going to find it in the search engines. Nobody's going to find it within SEO, because SEO isn't there, keywords aren't there. So by starting, by one, knowing keywords, what the keywords for the article would be, you can write with intent. So and I encountered this with a couple of my clients, they have a lot of blogs. There's no intent to the blogs. They're not really registered. Now, if we're wedding photographers, high school senior photographers, corporate photographers, it's really easy to blog about those clients or to say how well I've done and everything else. If we start blogging with intent, we're going to start mentioning the venues. We're going to start mentioning, it could be the weather, it could be for your wedding, it could be a flower vendor, it could be a caterer, it could be the DJ. All these things matter in keyword researching and backlinks, as we're talking for. We're talking backlinks. You can link back to a caterer. You can give an article, give a photo, give this to another venue, to a florist, and they'll link back to you. And that's the purpose as well of finding out where your backlinks sit and where your competition backlinks were. I go back to my earlier discussion when I was talking about the florist. I did a competitive research for the florist, and I found out that one of the florists that they thought was their competition really was, and the reason it was is because all the photographers that they were linking back to their site. And so they went from their authority of being like this other florist that had no authority within Google. The one that was linking with all the photographers had tons of authority. I mean, just tons of research. So, and most of those were photographers writing the blogs, sharing photos with the vendors. So again, that's an intent thing. I mean, and there's places for each. Now, who suffers from blank page syndrome? Are there a couple? All right.
Could you,
Go ahead.
so, I don't know if this is something we'll talk about
Okay.
later, but comparing a like standalone blog versus regular updates to Facebook or LinkedIn or your Google My Business page, which seems to me is sort of the more modern equivalent of a blog. Given that, you know, if it's driving eyeballs, is that the intent? And
Right.
you know, how do those things compare?
Yeah, Bruce is asking basically how does for all intents and purposes, all the other social stuff that we have to deal with, the Facebooks and everything else, compared to doing blogs and updating the website. I'll answer it, and I'm going to answer that one in multiple phases. First phase is, my philosophy is the only single thing that we own is our website. I mean, technically we own our website. If we have to move it, we can move it. our Facebook page or social media accounts and all that kind of stuff can disappear tomorrow, or as Carol and I found out, be taken over for a little while until we ever get it back. It happens. So we lose all that, that authority all of a sudden because we don't have control over it. So, but it's not to discount those tools, LinkedIn, social media, the Facebook, the Pinterest. It's not to discount those tools. If our customers are there, we have to be there. Now, I like to think a little bit harder into, if you look at Megan's, when we had Megan's up here, a lot of her stuff kept pointing back to her website. She had 580 some links back to her website from her Facebook page, back to her homepage. What does that tell you? That tells you she's working like in a hub and spoke model, if you want to think about it that way. So Megan's webpage is the hub. Everything she's doing is pointing back to her webpage. So she's driving eyeballs back to her webpage. She's not relying on 100% of what Facebook and the social medias will show somebody. Because less than 5% of your friends on Facebook or followers are going to see any message at any one time. That's just, and you have no control over that. None. We have a lot more control if we take it the other way around. You think about a hub and spoke model, and we point them back to our website and we show them new stuff on our website. We take a blog page and we point them back to our website and show our webpage. You go to Facebook, you put the good stuff on the webpage, point back to your webpage. About your webpage, you put it back. Facebook to your webpage. Does that answer most of that question, Bruce? Sort of. Good. It's not to discount the social media accounts. We need to do those in addition. However, if our clientele is more web-based than social-based, we need to go further out and spend more time on those accounts. Like blog would be a great example. Go ahead.
Is it fair? It's a fair statement, and this is sort of how I think about social media versus my website. Social media, I'm trying to speak directly to people. I'm trying to speak directly to my clients. My website is speaking to the machine that is working on my behalf, connecting to clients. So that website is always working even when I'm sleeping. My social media is not necessarily that live and that active unless I'm engaging and constantly working that algorithm. Is that an accurate assessment?
See, my personal opinion is it sort of is, because of we're relying on Google or we're relying on Facebook to say, this is what I find important, and serve your pages. On the other flip side of that, it's also going to depend on where your clients are. I mean, it really is, because a client that's searching Facebook for a photographer can do the same thing on Google for a photographer. So if your clients are there or on Instagram, that kind of thing, then, because Instagram marketing is really taking off, because Instagram is allowing instant DMs and automations now, and they didn't before. So that's depending on where your clients are. So you had a comment about Facebook to look at it that way, or at least.
Right, I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, I don't think that Heidi's wrong. I think that it's probably more nuanced than that, in that, something like doing updates and stuff to your Google My Business, somewhat to some extent, almost like blogging there, putting in pictures and activity. Same thing with LinkedIn. I think those things are working for you all the time, whereas something like Twitter probably isn't, or something like Instagram, not so much, because that thing tends to be very, very transient. So I think you're not wrong, but I think that may be more nuanced.
I would agree. I mean, she was basically looking more at the social. She threw LinkedIn there, and I'll go back to LinkedIn. LinkedIn's a little different animal, because that is more of a business to business.
It's changing.
It is changing,
Yeah.
but it is more, and since it's allowed some video and it's allowed other forms of media, it's changing a lot. But still, you have to know your demographic and where are they. So I say we can control our website and our Google My Business pages and that kind of thing. And we can work very hard to get our SEO to where we want it to be, to go find, like you say, while we're sleeping, Facebook isn't like that. And if you don't have the engagement, they're not going to share the pages. So Instagram, if you don't have the engagement, they're not going to share the pages. So yeah, I think that overall, that's a great way to look at it. I would spend more time getting my links back to my page and getting stuff there first. Still have to do the necessary evil, which is posting to the other things we don't have control over, which would be Facebook and Instagram. And if you're, Pinterest is your thing, then Pinterest too. Blogging, though, is part of that holistic approach on your website that you can also use on LinkedIn and repurpose content. I'm big at that. Let's write it once, use it multiple times, change it up when you do a little bit, whether it's a headline, whether it's something like that, so it doesn't look like the same content to Google, but repurpose the content across it. So does that answer most of it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think there is no priority, or is there a priority to what's most important? Website, Instagram, Google, or are they all linked together?
I think I'd go back to, if I really wanted to answer it simplistically, is where are your customers? I mean, that's what, if I go into a business, the first thing I ask them is they usually should know what the demographic is, who their customer, where they're coming from, where they live.
They're more like what you wanted to do?
Not necessarily. I mean, it really depends on what your photography niche is. I mean, that's your decision. And in photography world, sometimes price sets our demographic. So it is what you want it to be, but it also depends on the other factors as well, is where are you positioning yourself in the market? So, I mean, you're not going to find $1 million client if your prices probably are in the low hundreds. Just marketing wise, it just doesn't add up a lot of times for that. So we started talking a little bit about blogs. We really don't, we have a love-hate relationship with blogging. I said we should blog with intent. How many people have done any blogging out here at all? Are they with intent or sort of just what I've done, flowery stuff? Yeah. Most of the blogs I see are not fully with intent. On the surface is an intent, but then when you do keyword research and you do the other kinds of things that we talked about, they fall short because if you're a headshot photographer, you're talking about how great your headshot was, and you really don't mention particular things dealing with the headshot and how it was constructed or how deconstruct it or any of those particulars. Even when we talk about the venues or we talk about why you're better, what type of headshot it was. Again, go back to our research, type in headshots for keywords.
Like product photography,
Huh?
can you talk about the company that provided the product?
You can talk about the company, you can talk about the type of product. So not all about the vendor that supplied you with the product, but what is it? So again, you go back to the research and you can put in what this product is and look what other people are searching for when they look for that product. So that's sort of how you would come up with your keywords. It's saying, all right, if they're looking, you're looking at a funnel and all of a sudden somebody else is talking about another item, you didn't know what that item was, and you do some research, you say, okay, that's a funnel as well. So you can talk about those kind of things. When you do your keyword research in Ahrefs, it's going to give you a listing, and that's one of the reasons I like it when you do your keywords. It's going to give you a listing of green and red, which the green is much easier to rank for. So when we were there, you sort of probably saw your colors. You want to go back to that? Let's go back to it. It's either AH or Uber, so let me make sure. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Nope, it's Uber. And the reason I'm forgetting which one it is, I'll just let you know, is Ahrefs just implemented a stricter model for pay. They used to give you a bunch of tools, And it wasn't until I think it was last week, I got an email saying, hey, this has changed. Let's see. Yeah, see, they just implemented something new. So we'll do, let's make sure they still maintain that. Come on. Yep, there it is. So Uber suggests, now is the only one they have, because they're both the same company, just different tools. You'll see the green. That basically shows you that's easier to rank for. So they recommend that if you're writing about photography in general, if you wrote about photography for real estate in this case, because I just used a generic term, photography for real estate would be an easy term to write for. If we get a little bit more granular, let's do wedding photography. SD stands for search difficulty. So again, you come up, you'll see green. Wedding is a large area, large niche. So these, the larger numbers, they get harder and harder to reach.
What does search difficulty mean?
It's how hard it would be for you to rank for that keyword.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
So the idea would be,
To set yourself apart. Or
Yeah. So it also goes back to the price Google would charge you to try to go after that wedding photography as a word. I mean, it's sort of correlation there. But anyway, so again, using this, going back to our blog idea, if we are doing research on wedding photography, these are easier to rank for. They're green. And what are they? There's a checklist, there's a short list, there's packages. So it sort of gives you an idea in writing a blog or even coming up with a web page that it'd be easy to run a wedding photography checklist. What's one of the things that we all need for our business to survive? Right. One of the biggest things you're gonna see is offering free checklists. Sign up for my free wedding checklist. You'll get an email address and you can market to the client. It's called a lead magnet, part of the marketing effort. So again, by keyword research, you see that it would be easy to rank for that. In turn, it would be easy for you to get somebody to hit your web page with that search term there. And in turn, easier to get somebody's address. That make sense? Wedding photography is one of the big ones. Go ahead.
Just trying to search on this. Suggest
Mhm.
it says, please upgrade your account. You reached your limit.
Oh, yeah, there is a limit on a free account. It's like a 24-hour.
Three free daily searches.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, I have a paid account for demos, so I go for a little bit longer. But again, just like the other free account, I use 3 or 4 searches, find out your one blog post, and then just the next day go ahead and do it again. But again, this is senior high school. Again, there's a little more green in this arena than there were in the wedding arena. Oh, this is. Yep. If there's any questions in the Zoom land? Nope. Did I answer your question, Heidi? All right. So again, we go back to, we were talking about the keywords. We're talking about blogging. These are ideas here for your blog. Everybody with me now so far? Come on. We talked about long tail and short tail keywords just briefly. Short tail keywords are just your general topic photography. You saw how that's sort of when we did the Ahref stuff, it was didn't return like a lot of results. I mean, when you really look at it, they weren't a lot easy to rank for. When you started to narrow it down with the longer tail keywords, adding more words to it, it was a little easier to find something that you could rank for because it, it turned more things green. So now that we have keyword research done, or at least started, we have some SEO stuff, and we've talked about that a lot. We've talked about metadata for photos. So all these are the same tools, the same pieces and parts that we need to put the blog together. And some tools are better than others for blogging. And I'll bring this up. In downloads, I've included a blog post checklist. So it'll allow you that if you're trying to do some targeted research, it's going to ask you some really nice questions about what keywords and phrases do you have, what's your title of your article going to be. It's going to give you some suggestions, title, article URL, what Google knows you by. It tells you include the keywords, include keywords. So it's sort of helping you through the idea of blogging.
Is that checklist in the slide deck?
Yep, it's in the slide deck. Just it's linkable. You can click it and open up. Nope. This checklist was put together by a blogger that's multi six figures a year he makes just from blogging. And this is what he uses every single time he puts a blog post out. And at this point in time, he's paying others to also do it. And this is the same thing. He'll do the research here and he'll give it to them to fill out, to finish the blog. So you're willing to just copy that down. I mean, it'll help you, give you a starting point. Once you start filling these in, you find out that it's not really as daunting. But again, this goes back to if you're blogging with intent and not just blogging for your enjoyment, you have to have places for both. So if you're blogging with an intent, fill this form out, or at least most of it. So you know that what your headline is going to be, what your keywords are, what all that information is. And as you are, it's sort of your roadmap to write. So again, that is in the blog or in the slide deck. This is the part people don't pay a lot of attention to. The words Google likes between 1,000 and 2,000 or more, but we try to think. Some people think 500 words is like, okay, if you can come up with more, it's better. But here's a fun thing. Anybody heard of artificial intelligence stuff? This is a tool that's fairly inexpensive, but you also can have a free trial. I think they do 30,000 words free or something like that. So it'll help you start writing your blogs. Using artificial intelligence to help you with blogs and outlines, and I'll pull this down. From ads to blog section writing to outlines. Now it's not going to be perfect because it's done by a computer, but this is going to be a lot closer. It'll solve some of those the fear of the white page. And the reason I turn people on to this is because people are scared about starting. So we've been talking about keywords. all these kind of writers start with keywords. What are you writing about? So, yeah. So we'll do something like, I'm just gonna. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's get this thing to write for me. You didn't like Washington, D.C. You see, I've done a few demos. So by the keywords I just put in there, it came up with that as a headline for this. Came up with a couple bulleted items to talk about. Introduction, approaching senior pictures, all that, because said use pictures as a word that it picked out of the ether. But the fun part about this one is that you can highlight this. We can rephrase it. Or we can tell it to expand it. And it should return, if I hit expand. Might be the next one. No output, yep. Yeah, it doesn't like that one. Yeah. Writing. So basically by tweaking it, tweaking this, changing a few words, asking it to rewrite a couple sections, and everything's not, it's not perfect, but it gives you ideas. Writer, R-Y-T-R. Uh-huh. R-Y-T-R. Yep, dot me. Mhm. There is a fee as if when you go over their words. I think the words are for the free account is like, I think it's 30,000 words, but don't quote me on that.
Oh, there was a free account.
Yeah, this is, I haven't signed in this one yet. Oh, this is my signed account. Good.
So Tom, this AI, is it mining data from people? So
It's mining
common words.
common words, common phrases based on your keywords.
Okay.
So,
So it's basically a live tool.
Right.
Constantly.
correct. That's why I came up with the headline. It went out and looked, well, what are people searching for? What pages are indexed? But it uses the AI search engines to find all this information out. So you're looking at, you're looking at right there is 251 words, and in each one of those sentences or each one of those paragraphs or topic sentences, you can either expand them or not. And we were in North Carolina, we wrote a whole blog article for wedding at a particular venue in North Carolina because it had tons of information on the venue and everything else, and people corrected it as we went. And it basically was a whole article when we were down there. So yeah, I mean, this is a cheater's way, but it also helps you solve that. Being scared of that wall, that page. And see, we also only did blog ideas and outline for this one. We didn't do writing content. So TR, right? RYTR. Yep. All right, I made this one. And the nice thing about a tool like this also is if you're trying to get a different type, different tone to the writing, you can definitely do that. So if you're commercial, doing something commercial, you may not want a casual tone, you may want more of a professional tone. And it sort of gives you that. It's not perfect, but it does give you ideas. And again, just that. Come on. And most of these have a plagiarism checker as well, so you know, run it through that as well. But anyway, this gives you an idea. Does that help anybody? A little bit. And again, it's the free tool, and I think it's like 30,000 words, but it's well worth trying to find words on a blank page. It'll help you with emails. It'll do meta titles, descriptions. So there's a lot of things it would do. And you can even do your question and answers on this. So if you have questions and stuff like that that people are asking and you want to include those on your website, it'll go out and find them for you too. That one should be worth the price of admission. Now, remember, and I put it here in the star because if you're writing blogs, don't waste your time. Go to me, put them on Medium as well. That way you get some links that come back to you very, very quickly. Let's take a few.
Yeah.
Need to visit
Okay,
and get a drink.
so let's do the time set.
3,
3:46.
6, talk about 4.
You want to go back to 4?
Yeah,
Sure.
all right, let's come back at 4. Let's come back at 4, right here. All right, we in? All right. All right, everybody back now?
Hang on a second.
Okay. The ideal situation here would be something where you can manage both screens because I can't see that screen. And I could click back and forth. Yeah, this one's different than this one. Yeah,
I was wondering why I kept looking back.
yeah,
Oh, I was wondering, why are you looking back?
yeah. Well, it's because we're doing two things. We're doing Zoom and we're doing live. If it was live, it'd be,
You're not being recorded, right?
yeah, we are.
Oh, no, your face.
Yeah, off and on.
Oh.
Depends on what I'm showing.
Yeah, it
Right now,
depends.
just
He bounces back and forth, or he can. The producer.
That's right. The control room.
That's right. So yeah, but that's why, since we have this behind me, I can't see this in front of me. Yeah, yeah. And I have to drag the mouse from one screen to the other because we split the screens. So if it was a Zoom, it'd be easier. It would just be here. If it
Well, you
was,
could just mirror it.
I could, but then I couldn't bring up a pre-window.
Oh, I get that.
All right, we on?
Yep.
All right, let's just say welcome back. All right, we've come back now. Let's see if there's any questions. Let's put those in there. Do you have any questions, Christine? Because I know you came back. You came in a little late. So if we want to brush through some stuff, we can do that really quickly before we hit the next topic. We can. If everybody else, everybody else good for an overview of what we just went through? We can
I don't
go.
want to hold everybody else back,
That's
so
good.
I can catch up. It's
Sure.
gonna be boring for you guys.
No, repetition's good for.
All right, I'll tell you what, let's do it. Let's run back through it because everything we're doing builds on each other. All right. The tools we are using are fairly simple, but let's go back through and talk about what we talked about again, at least touch space. At the beginning, we talked about Google My Business. I call it the tip of the spear just because it's sort of low hanging fruit. It's kind of easy to touch base with that. and to get that laying flat. Google My Business will also allow you to incorporate Google Maps. Bruce and I had a discussion about that earlier, that he gets a lot of traffic from Google Maps. We also had a discussion earlier that some people don't like using their personal address. But the caveat to that is Google Maps doesn't function if you don't. So you have to make that personal call, whether you use that or not. My suggestion is do that. I mean, we have a home studio. We don't have people showing up at our door because we say by appointment only. So Google's pretty good about making that prominent. Google My Business also is free advertising. Pure and simple. It allows you to update posts, photos, your hours during this period of time. With COVID, it always prompts you and asks you stuff about COVID. What are your COVID policies? What's your protocols? Blah, blah, all this kind of stuff. Google loves you to produce content for them. If you produce content for Google, guess what happens? You get promoted in Google, and that's free. I gave the example early on that when we were talking about it, when I was down in North Carolina, we were doing this live. We were getting everybody's Google My Business straight and everything else. And as people were posting, Google was everybody the photos that were being posted. And they just, because it's really weird to think that could be served to somebody with a general area that fast. They weren't querying that person, but people were posting and they were showing it to you. That just shows you some of the power of Google. So with the Google My Business, that's straight. The Maps straight. Google My Business again. It just Google My Business, go to Maps, you have to claim your business. It's pretty good. We did it here. Walking through Maps, claiming the Maps, claiming your business. Google makes it kind of easy because they want you to produce content for them. So they make it click, 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 click. There you go. You're verified. So we went from that to talking about SEO. And we talked about SEO, which is search engine optimization, which we put in all of our pages, keyword research, and all that kind of stuff. You saw on the tail end here where we did some keyword research with Uber Suggest, where it showed you color coding of the keywords you were going after, or maybe not going after because they were red. Those are what we include in everything we try to do. So if you're a high school senior photographer, do a search on Uber Suggest or Google. Google has what they call predictive searching. So if you type in high school senior into Google, before you hit enter, it'll show you a list of a bunch of things people are searching for. You then hit enter, it'll take you to a list it'll show you high school senior stuff, what you just searched for, but it'll also show you what other people are searching for, which is also handy to put in the box again or click on it and see what other terms come up out of that. This is a way to do keyword research with Google. It's predictive searching. That's kind of pretty cursory. We were talking earlier during the break about using the writer tool that we just introduced and finding keywords and doing some simple keyword stuff and then having it right. Predictive searching with Google could be really easy instead of going to Uber if you didn't want to. Well, the thing Uber Suggest gives you that Google predictive searching doesn't is the ease in which you rank. And so it's easier to rank for a green keyword in Uber Suggest than it is for a red keyword. And Google in the predictive searching model does not give you the differentiation between the two. So you weren't here when we were talking about the brief, how to get the brief. Okay, let you know on a Facebook page, our Facebook page, Your Journey Studios. You go to the post I did last night, comment on that post. It'll walk you through how to get that. So I've got some automation set up, and it seems like most people already have it or were able to get it. So we'll explain a little bit about automation stuff as we go into this. But I sort of caught you up. So now you get the brief. It's going to have links in there. It's going to have links to all the tools that we were playing with and everything else. So if anybody has any questions on the links or have any questions on the tools, my contact information is also in that brief. So just fire me off an email or hit me up on Facebook or something like that. If something changed, there was also Bruce said that some people host their webpage on SmugMug, and SmugMug doesn't allow a couple of tools. Ahref, I think is the one they mentioned. So you have to do it using a couple of other tools to do some of your research or do some of your tracking that way. So it brings us to some marketing stuff. Now we sort of touched a little bit on this with the keyword research, and we just hit on some of the keywords within Ubersuggest that were easy to rank for. Now we talked about that in relation to lists or frequently asked questions or checklists and those type of things. In the marketing world, we call those lead magnets. And it sort of brings us to, hey, look at that, that's spelled wrong. What's that? Well, I have these two words together. You track.
Oh,
Like it caught my eye. Sorry about that. It was a squirrel. This is, I think, one of the other most neglected things that we do. We market with Facebook. We market with Instagram, but I don't think we really target our markets well. And it's not a bad thing. We're just not taught. We don't understand the pieces. We don't understand the parts. So these are just a couple of questions I put up here to put in your head to ask yourselves about, what kind of marketing have you done? Do you have an email marketing system? I mean, in here, who uses email marketing at all? Does anybody have a system in place to use it? What about, how many people in here use like 17 Hats or Honey or any of those? Okay, you have a system if you use 17 Hats or one of those tools, but you may not use it. So later on, I'll show you how one of the things that we do with 17 Hats on the form that I have some automation built into that. Basically, you'll send a text message to the client and say, thanks for contacting us. So, but I'm using 17 Hats to do that as a piece of the puzzle. And this is we've been sort of beating this up a little bit, but what other channels do you use? YouTube, if you are somebody that does video or it has the ability to do video, YouTube is second largest search engine. So if you can do video, that's a great place to start. But are your clients going to be there? Google will be there. So we know that. Wedding photographers and family photographers that love to use Pinterest. I mean, just love it. I mean, our high school seniors seem to like it because their mom likes it. So their mom does a Pinterest board saying, here's what we like. And they'll usually share it with us or something like that. So is that something you're going to use? And we go back to this thing. And if you do use any of these things, how do you track results? And do you track results? And I think that's where another place we fall short. We had a discussion about Facebook and can we find particular information in Facebook? You can. You have to go to their business suite to find that information and how well your stuff is doing. But it's not as easy as the Google ecosystem is to find how well you're doing, just because there's not as many tools for Facebook. And if there are, they're kind of a little harder to use, a little more cumbersome to use. So those are some points to put in your head as we walk through all this kind of good stuff. When we did some keyword research, we came up with that checklist item and a couple other things that were like checklists. It was a checklist, it was a guide, it was, for high school seniors, they'd like to know, like a style guide, how to dress, or how would you like them to dress? Our engagement photos, they want to know the same thing. Or what are the best venues? What are the best places to, in your particular area, your particular expertise to do these things? A cheat sheet, the resource guide, we talked about checklists, talked about workbooks. Some of commercial photographers are using webinars to hit their ideal client. And now that LinkedIn allows video and those type of things, they're using more of the video stuff to hit the commercial clients, because they've within LinkedIn, the idea within LinkedIn is become some type of an authority in your niche for your clients. And so if you're a commercial photographer, you're hitting business clients and that kind of thing, it's really nice to put in either webinars or videos that are there. You can do workbooks, you can do guides. I have a person that I work with in New Zealand, and she's a corporate mediator type, and she does a lot of LinkedIn. She has just started incorporating a ton of videos, and she also does retreats in New Zealand, and we can't fly there now, or else we all could go there. But she does corporate retreats, and she is getting most of her clients by putting video and blog posts and that type article within LinkedIn. And she is becoming an authority within LinkedIn, and because that's where her clients are. They're not on Facebook. Some of them are on Instagram, but most of them are on LinkedIn. So again, it's where are your clients, and to know that information. So dealing with the lead magnets, a good example of what happened today as a lead magnet is I just gave you all the brief. You gave me your email and I sent you a brief. It's no different than a pop-up coming to your website saying, hey, I have this nice checklist of high school senior photos or senior photo ideas. Would you like it? Somebody will give you your email for that, your phone number for that, whatever it happens to be, and away you go and you can market to them. Where we really fall short, even if we get their email address, we don't have them in a workflow. We don't have them in anything that we can do something with them after. We don't market to them. So those with 17 hats or any of the other tools, 17 hats is a good one because they have some workflows built in. And if you don't, it's fairly easy to do a workflow. You can use that tool to deliver any one of these that we just reviewed to the client. Go ahead. That's how I just delivered. Well, I will deliver the other one, but yes, because it's basically a link, because I put it, the way I do it is I will send an email. So I get an email in, I will send a thank you to the client, including a link to a Google worksheet that they just asked for. In Google Docs, I put a shared link, it's hidden, and they only get to it by the link. And they can download it. Just the way that keyword research, the blog checklist that I had, that's on my Google Docs. And if you click on the link and it's shareable, so you can download it and make a copy. Same way that we could deliver stuff like that to the client, whether it's a PDF. I have lead magnets out there, on my Google Drives for video stuff, for some Facebook checklists, that kind of thing. All delivered the same way. Not necessarily through 17 hats, but very similar way. So the next question I usually get, do I have to make all these? I don't know what to make. This is a great resource. It's called Creative Market. And it's a great resource because you can type in just about any kind of checklist, lead magnet, whatever you want to call it. And you can come up with a basis for what you can deliver. And most of them have a commercial entity to it, meaning that you can use it for all your clients. And they're fairly inexpensive. So let's just do a quick search for a lead magnet. I think there's a photography. Let's see. Photography. I was just trying to get it. Photography. Hit that. Let's see what it comes up with. Nope. That's spell it right. So let's do photography checklist. I think there's a couple in here. Yeah, spell photography right. Yeah. I said I know there's some in here because I've already done this multiple times. So anyway, we're talking about a wedding checklist. photography questions, wedding guide template, $35 for a full template and all the stuff. You just pop your photos in, $9 for a checklist, $10 for a way to, I mean, they're inexpensive and what's your time worth? But there's a lot, I mean, and they're pretty substantial, which is kind of impressive. I mean, this is a 28-page guide. You just put your photos in it and do your edits for your pricing or whatever the, the guide's about. So again, it's inexpensive, and this link is in the slide deck. But so if you don't know what to do, again, like we go back to writer, you didn't know what to write about, you didn't know, how to start. Well, you can start here. It has some inexpensive ways to offer lead magnets, offer a reason for people to give you an email address. Or just put it on your website and offer that to your clients for the clients you serve. So having figured out, I'm trying to take all the I can'ts away and all the excuses away, just a little bit. Because the idea is for you to walk away from here and have some actionable items that you can do. It's something tangible. You can go to the site and you can download that $9 checklist and you can offer tomorrow to a wedding client to get email. That's also something you can put in a Google ad if you wanted to, as something for somebody to click on, a reason to click on your ad. So we talked about how to get people to your site. That could also be this, or the other checklist. It could also be a post that you post in Google My Business and say, here's my free checklist.
AJ also said that PPA has marketing templates as
Yeah.
well.
Yep, PPA has quite a few templates for marketing, and sales stuff. Not all of them are quite as pretty as this, but but it's a resource. It gives you a starting point. They've taken a lot of excuses away from us from some of that, and they are a great resource. The other one is Canva. I don't know if everybody's heard of this one, but that's how I deliver my briefs and stuff, just because it's a little portable for me and I can go to multiple devices and everything else. But they have the same thing, and you don't have to have a paid account to use some of it. It'll tell you if you like something, it'll tell you whether it's a cost or not. But so this is another resource that has lead magnets and everything else on it. A good FYI, if you're looking on how to brand yourself and everything else, even the free Canva account will allow you to create all your social posts pretty creatively. I mean, they give you a ton of templates. Just an example, just to keep me on the vein of marketing. But even the free version gives you some nice starting points on Instagram, Facebook, and those. Anybody heard of Canva? Okay. It's just it's a nice tool. It'll tell you whether it'll give you a link and tell you whether it is or is not a paid piece.
For video stuff, Adobe Spark gives you.
Yeah, Spark's a good one.
started.
Again, these are all things just to take some of our excuses away from us and to make it a little easier too. I mean, I'm as guilty as the next person of trying to procrastinate because it's too hard. So these help. Talk a little bit about this. What we need more of, we need more leads. It's funny, Carol likes to say that the busy bus isn't going to pull up in front of our house. What we've found, it was a couple last year probably, that a lot of our businesses steering away from Facebook, it seems more towards Instagram and that kind of stuff. So we really need to depend less on the socials because they change things daily. They change things and make it not so friendly for small businesses sometimes. So we just have to have other options. And These are leads, are basically something that we own. People gave them to, gave us an email address. We can do whatever we need to do with them, legally, of course. So why not use them? And again, if we go back to search engine, Google My Business, blogging, and lead magnets, these are all ways that you can get email addresses, you can get leads, you get people just talking to you. Come on. So since not many email people are here to do email, there's multiple ways to handle clients after you get their email address. The preferred way is not to pound them with tons of email day after day after day. You have to be nice to them. You have to give them something from you of value. And drip out content, drip it slowly. Give them something, they have to trust you before we can go further with a business relationship. And the really cool thing about like 17 Hats and these other tools that allow this is they allow you to do that. You could compose the same email address for every email list that has high school senior in it. You can compose them and it will drip it out in a time period in which you wish to. I mean, you can say 1 a week, you can say 2 a week, you can say 1 every other day. The headshot person I'm working with right now, we are working at a nurture campaign, which is once a week. And she is going to have, the first one is just who she is, just about her. The second one is a little bit more about her studio. The third one is, here's some ideas for headshot. And it'll be like a download, like with photos and stuff like that, just to introduce herself to the client without saying, here's my price list, buy from me. So she's giving them stuff that they can use. So the introduction to your studio, what a headshot is and what you can wear are all things that she's putting out there once we turn everything on. Now, I'm not sure how many people have this right now, but you have this brief pulled up. If you have the brief pulled up, and those of you at home do, go ahead and click on the first link there. And I will show you what it looks like. Nope. Back. Yeah, that's right. Other way. Come on. Should. Nope, it's not. It took the link away from me. Yeah, come back. Come on. No, that's not. Yeah, I'm selecting copy it. Yeah, it took the link out for me. Come on. It's not easy looking backwards, trying to find your. Let's make sure this one's. All right. That form I just pulled up is an example of an SMS automation from a Google form to your hip. It's basically you fill out the form. And the better example will be if when we go to the contact us page on our site. But if you don't have a tool that allow you to do automated stuff, you can use Google's tools. This is a Google form. It's set with the free copy of Zapier to an SMS thing. So I'm zapping this information to a spreadsheet. And then from a spreadsheet, I'm sending a text message to your hip. Yeah.
If you wanted to get the form that you were saying, what do you need to do?
We need to go, huh? Yeah, go, if you go to the slide deck and cut and paste it.
No, they still doesn't know how to get to the slide deck.
Oh, if you go to the post I made last night,
Yep.
just comment
Yep.
on that post, hit enter, and it should fire off a messenger sequence
So Messenger should come up in Facebook.
Yeah. or
Got it.
behind it. It usually pops like right in front of it, but yeah. So then that'll send you the slide deck. The other way I did I did this is I attached it directly to our website. So if you go to the contact us on our website page, yourdirtystudios.com, that's the easier one. But I was asked about if I don't have any of the tools, what else could we do? Give people a couple minutes to do that. See fingers working furiously back here. So what the tools that we were talking about that I put together for these things is a creative form. I attached it using Zapier, which is a tool that connects dissimilar things together. Fairly straightforward because it has Google and 17 Hats as tools in it as receivers in it. So it's basically a click, and since we're here, you want to see what Zapier looks like?
Pixabay is Zapier integration as well.
Yeah, I use Integromat too. Integrally, that's a good one too. Integrately, yeah, that's one I have. Which one did I do? We'll see. Can't remember which one. Yeah, so this is kind of, so basically what Zapier is a way to get information from one place to another. This is 17 Hats to Twilio, Google Forms to Twilio. Twilio is an SMS service. And there's a few SMS services out there. Twilio is like a bare bones thing, so you use a connector. But it costs you like 0.0002 cents a SMS text. So for $20, you could run all year if you were using SMS marketing.
So have you ever used If This Then That?
Yeah, I have.
So AJ asked, how does Zapier compare to If This Then That?
It's very similar. The only reason I steer away from one to the other is one price, or if they don't have a simple integration.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes it's they call a webhook, and you have some more manipulation. If I'm trying to train somebody on how to use a tool, using the icons and saying, I want to create this to that is much easier for them.
Sure.
Yeah, but again, to create, and one of the reasons I like simple tools like this, the graphical tools, is when they break, it's easier to fix. Where some of the other, If Then That is a more graphic too. but they're a little easier to fix. But it's easy as, what do you want to do? So in my case, I said, when somebody fills out a particular Google form, I want it to go, and the next step, I said, I'm going to take this particular field, I'm going to put it to SMS, I'm going to send you a thank you. I'm going to send you a message. So that's what I did. And it's kind of, this is advanced marketing, but it's simple. And when I say it's simple, because it gives you the icons. And when you click on something, it walks you through each step. And if you don't have the form there in Google, it'll say, what form do you want? And you'll look at yourself and you say, oh, I should have connected if I had done the form first. And then you back out and you say, okay, I'll do that. You can do, I mean, right down to email. You can say, if I get a particular email in, I want it to send me an SMS to my hip, or I want it to put that email in a particular other place. What was that?
You comment on your Facebook post with the right to Messenger. Is that-
Similar, yes. Yeah, in that case, I created an Instagram, a Facebook direct reply is what they call it. So that's how I delivered the automation for the brief. It's called a direct reply. So basically, it looked for somebody to comment on that particular post. That's why I made it last night, so I could create that today. So if you commented on it, it would go there. Then it fires up within the rules of Facebook. It fires up Messenger asking for your email address. You put the email address in, email is kicked across with a tool very similar to this one to the email campaign. In your case, it would be like if you're using 17 hats, you could do the same things. You could ship it to 17 hats, and 17 hats would send the email.
So am I supposed to email right back, or is that something that?
Yeah, you'll get an email. Yep. Email should be, I have it set to pause for a minute and then it'll send it. So minute afterward, you should get it in your mail box. Unless something burps, which happens, it's technology. So anyway, this is Zapier. And there's a lot of tools out there, if this, that is.
Which is older, and I think it was like more homegrown.
Right.
And so the thing that, like, the simple answer to AJ's question is probably application integration. Somebody like 17 Hats or Pixify or
Right.
whatever isn't going to spend an awful lot of time making sure that if this, then that works. But they will with Zapier.
Right. And that's, these are all tools that do the same thing as Zapier that we're sitting here talking about. There's a bunch of them that are out there. And I will choose one over the other based on the integration. That's my simple thing. I mean, I use a totally different one as well that I did with the integration today, just test it out. And it seems to be working very well. So does this sort of make sense? Or does somebody want to see how I sort of did that Google one?
Oh, you built that in Canva. I see. It's Canva, it came through Canva.
Right, because I sent you a link
Yep.
through email. So walking through the automation, again, that for the delivery of today's brief was a comment trigger on Facebook. Then a direct reply was sent, that's a direct reply message. It's going to send you a messaging, send you to Messenger asking for the information that I need. Once I get that information, it's pushed using a tool like this over to my email program.
So much time.
Right, because you don't have to go in and do this. It's an automation. So again, we're talking, all these automated tools, and as well, this is an automated tool you set up once. Now, in the case of delivering the brief, if I wanted you to get the brief again, I would, if I was doing this next week, I would just post another post, so it's up at the top, and I would just relink it, but it's another of 2 clicks for me to relink it. It takes me 2 minutes to do it. Or if I was lazy, I could say, hey, find the MDPPA post and just comment on it, and you'll get the same information. Because I won't delink that one. I'll just create another link.
I
So-
just realized I still have my email on. I'm like, why didn't I get it? I look back, I'm like, oh, I forgot a letter.
Yeah. Yeah, in my testing, I do that all the time.
And it's pretty easy to do all this.
This is one of the more straightforward ones. because it asks you what form. Come on. It says, what do you want to do? So yeah, it walks you through it once you connect everything through it. And I'm not sure if I don't want to change the other one I have. Yeah. So basically I said I wanted to take this, trigger once somebody fill out a Google form. It's going to ask you what account. So you choose your Google account, you get the Google form on there. And then if I wanted to continue after this, I'd say, in this case, I said, I wanted to go to Zap or to Twilio. And send an SMS. And then it says choose an account. So basically you just set, with those two things, once you connect those accounts, Google will say, what form do you want? If you have multiple forms, you click it. And the SMS is going to say the same thing because it's going to say what message you want to send them. So if you go to the contact us page, you'll see the message that's sent through the same thing on our Facebook. So in marketing, it's multiple touches to our clients. And a lot of times I say he who has the first touch usually wins. So as soon as somebody fills out a contact us page, we may not be near a phone to call and that kind of stuff. So right to their hip on the SMS, they're getting a, thank you for contacting us. Carol will be in touch with you soon. Blah, blah, blah. So it's a sort of a friendly introduction. We were on, does anybody know Brian Cox out in the PPA world and Brian Cox and Brian Walsh? Brian Walsh spoke here. Brian Walsh was given, I was on one of his seminars last week, and he made the comment that the person doesn't trust you until you touch them or leave them 3 times. And how he explained it is he says, for instance, when he comes into it, the client comes into his studio, he greets them. That's one touch point and puts them in his studio. The next touch point is he asks them for water. And if they decline or whatever the answer is, he leaves them again. Comes back with his water. He's like, I'll get my water. And he gets his water. Then he says, third touch point next is, he says, let me go get my pad. He walks out and comes back in. Marketing is no different. We need to touch our clients multiple times. He says the theory behind that is they become comfortable where they are. They become comfortable in their environment, in that environment. And multiple touches and the first touch and that kind of thing. It's the know, like, and trust factor for us. So if somebody is shopping, which I don't know why they ever would, but they're just shopping photographers and they're sending a bunch of contact forms out, I stand a better chance of them contacting me again if I can touch before the other client does. And we've heard a lot of those kind of things where people aren't getting back to their clients because they're too busy, it gets lost in way. They don't have an automated way to contact them. And so again, this is sort of taking some of the excuses away because it's kind of easy to do. Now it's foreign to you, so it's going to be cumbersome. Yes, but if you called me and said, hey, I needed to do this, I would give you the step-by-step thing to do it. Or you said, but you can get this far. And the first question I'd ask you, if you got this far, I would say, did you create your Twilio account? Did you create your Google form? First thing, because then after that, it's just a matter of connecting the dots. Make sense?
Do you use multiple channels, like both SMS and email? Do you use them one or the other? Do you sometimes double up because you have people that, like I just got a text message from somebody that I delivered his images twice already through email, and apparently he's incapable of finding them. So do you use multiple channels in order to alleviate stuff like that?
We have. If you're sending them through email, a lot of times what we'll end up doing is we'll give them a link instead of like attaching them. I don't know
Right,
which
sure.
way.
Yeah, send a link, of course.
Yeah. If you only send them a link, because these email things change all
Yep.
all the time. But yeah, I would probably, in that case, if you didn't get it again, I'd send him an SMS message with the link. And then I'd also send him the link again to it that way. And one way or the other, If it goes to his hip, you're gonna see it.
But like for marketing and for like these, the responses and stuff like
Mhm.
that, where you're trying to engage somebody.
Right.
Do you use mostly SMS? Do you use a mixture of email and SMS? Do you double up to make sure that that doesn't get missed?
It depends on what it is. If we're doing follow-ups, we were gonna hit them with both. SMS and like a follow-up for an appointment, reminder of the appointment, we're gonna hit them both. And if you notice, what's happening in our online world right now is most of the time you'll schedule an appointment or you'll sign up for a lead magnet and they ask you for your phone number. And they can hit you with that. It's kind of easy to unsubscribe from a phone number. Sometimes the email not so much, but I know like when I go get my hair done, they have my email address and they have my phone number. And so I'm not always on my email. So I try to, those kind of appointments, those kind of things, the reminder type things, I definitely want to hit both. Marketing wise, it's going to depend on what that marketing is going to be. I mean, if it's easy to see on the phone and it's something that's easily digestible, like, I have a new product or something like that, yeah, you could send it. But again, it depends on your avatar, it depends on your client. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. Okay, so this is just an example. I did an event and the pictures of my shoot proof and people are ordering the pictures, and as the orders are coming in, I really want to send out like a responding email, like, thank you so much for ordering. Your images will be available in so
Right.
many days. Can I do that?
Yeah, so you were shoot proof, right?
Yeah. Can I
Now, how do they do, you were doing all your ordering through shoot proof?
They would go into my shoot proof gallery and order through shoot proof.
Ordering
And then
through,
when the orders come directly, email comes to me, so this is the order.
so the email comes to you in Gmail or your email?
Yeah, my business. Not a Gmail. So do I have to have a Gmail?
No, you don't have to. Let me see if I can walk through that scenario. So I don't know about shoot proof being on here. I would not think shoot proof would, but you know what?
Does Sheet Proof offer that?
That's another question.
Yeah, that was good. That was the next one, yeah.
Since they're already sending you an email with the
Yeah,
order.
I'll
If-
look into that. I just started getting these into this morning, so I'm thinking that.
No, I didn't think it would be in there. Yeah, I mean, shoot proof may offer,
Okay.
like 17 hats, look for something like workflow. Because that's basically what you're saying is if they purchase something from you, you want to send them an automated thank you. That would be, shoot proof would do that. If not, you could probably do it in a roundabout way since you get an email, you could use a tool like this to parse the email, get the email address out and then send them something. And 17 hats will do that for you really quickly. Yeah, but shoot proof, like Bruce says, may be. And basically the question was, she delivers her messages or her client's work through shoot proof. And she was wondering if she could do an automated response to the client, thanking them for the work. And if shoot proof doesn't offer, yeah, you could use this tool, but shoot proof may offer a workflow now. So that's sort of answers that question in a roundabout way, but I haven't played with shoot proof in a long time. So in North Carolina, I had I think 10 things I signed up for just to test because we were trying to figure out if things would work. Is this then type stuff. And during the break, I'll probably look now. No, you're fine. You're fine. So anyway, this is Zapier. There's a couple other tools that do that. And let's see, we're at 5 right now. Almost. So I'm gonna close this down. Did anybody try any of these? Anybody try the contact us form or anything like that, just to see the text message come to them? Come at you.
How's that contact form? People contacting you through Google?
There's no, well, it can be. I mean, it's listed in Google, but it's on our website. So I just put the link to our website to it.
What if you have like a embedded contact form already?
You can still, you can change the form, you can change the fields and include a phone number if you don't already. So any of these tools will, we call it parse for a phone number. We'll check for a phone number because it pulls the data across and you say, yep, that's the phone number. And once you set up once, it does it. Yeah, so in that case of the Google form, that's what I did. I connected the form where it said sign in. Yeah, where it said, where it said sign in, basically, this phone number, this field. is in a spreadsheet. I pulled that field and the first name, and I said, hello, blah, 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 whatever your name is. And I sent it to the text on one of them.
That's contact us with people.
No, this is contact, this is a Google form. Yep, this is a Google. I just created a contact us. And the reason I did this is one of the guys in North Carolina didn't want to use, I don't know why, didn't want to use the 17 hats version of the form. And so the question was when we had, because we did an hour precursor earlier in the year, and they wanted to know if this was possible. I don't know why they didn't want to use 17 hats for it, but because 17 hats goes directly, but this was a way to, if you didn't have 17 hats, yeah, if you didn't have any of that kind of stuff. So it's a free way to do it. That still gives you, you still own your information. So, yeah. Let's see. Yep, touched on this too. So here's one of the words that I touched on earlier was repurposed content. I went from automations to hitting some of the socials and the web and SEO related stuff. When you do a blog or are using Writer to do your blog, you can use multiples. Use it in multiple places. Multiple meaning social accounts and your website and everything else. Change it up. We've said that. And don't post to your Instagram and your Facebook the same articles with the same period of time. A lot of us like to post an article to Facebook and then to our business page, and then we'll share it to a personal page. What happens with that is Facebook doesn't know which one to show. It's the same content. It gets mixed up and you will be knocked down so less people will see it because it's that you're just confusing it. Yeah, they say wait 90 minutes or more before you share it, that kind of way. Because after 90 minutes, there's really no new serving of your friends and followers. So that's just a tidbit as you're doing this repurposing of content, because a lot of people like to try to knock it out all at once, and they sort of self-defeating in that case. All right, so Bruce is sitting down here. I'm going to welcome you guys back. He already introduced you to the cooking show, so that's good. So basically, I'm going to go through some of the key bullet points that we just covered. And then since you at home and everybody here, we couldn't do this live. We couldn't do this live with our computers and everything else. We're going to switch to doing some live keyword research. And hold it 1 second. Christina, do you want to do your keyword research you and I were talking about live? Or, do you? Or you want to volunteer for it?
Sure.
Okay. So we may have a volunteer in the crowd that we will have a particular project we want to work and we want to do keyword researching on. So we'll walk through those steps on that. And if we have some others in the Zoom world, or we have some others here, we can also do that. Because we weren't able to touch point everybody's questions as far as keyword research, SEO type stuff. And so this will solve a bunch of that kind of stuff. And Christina brought up she had a project she was working on, and so I'll walk through my process of working with clients to do keyword researching and then go from there. So just to highlight some of the issues that are some of the things that we've encountered right now, some key points. I call Google My Business top of the spear. We have to first verify and populate Google My Business tools. We have to keep the content fresh. We were talking about that earlier, where if you're posting more and more, it's going to get served as sort of free advertising. Google's very easy to, matter of fact, 1 or 2 people in here have already done their Google My Business and just need to post from their computer. They can get to their data. The one key piece I did not go through was that make sure that all of your addresses and phone numbers are consistent across all the medias. If Google sees a discrepancy somewhere, it may be an issue. And we've encountered that a few times, and that's one that kind of gets overlooked. We talked about the keyword research. the fact that not many people do it, and you'll see why we do it when we go live and do some of this stuff on the fly. Keywords should be in headlines. It should be in your content, should be used in social media, and should be used in your metadata in all your photos that you post. Unless you don't want them found, and then Google won't show them up, and there's pretty little pictures that they like to show us. The competitive research, we'll go over why, and we'll show live why we're doing competitive research. This is also included in the slide deck. If you do a refresh, I pulled this slide back into it, so it's in there also. Yeah. This is also live in the slide deck. Automations. If we have a little bit of time, we can go through an automation or two and show you how I set one up. If you have some ideas of an automation you want to see, maybe we can set that up, fumble through it, whatever it happens to be. We'll see what we can go. I mean, I connect to 17 hats. We use Zapier. Can use a couple of them. I can show you how I connect to SMS tools. That particular piece, that's kind of easy. I will say there is a service out there now. I think Lori's pushing it right now. I forget which one it is. That includes SMS and a bunch of other things, group SMS and that kind of stuff. I know she's been talking about it. I did some testing on it and that kind of stuff, but I didn't want to have to log into something else to do that. I wanted to create it a different way. So
Is that replacing Twilio or is that replacing 17 hats and everything else?
no, that's sort of where I get into my philosophy. I try to get tools that do multiple things, like multiple things. And Twilio to me will connect to just about everything through his app. So I can push anything to it to send an SMS message. So Twilio is an SMS service. It costs me practically nothing to have that account. I mean, $20 can almost last me a year on that account. So I don't have another monthly fee. So that's my philosophy. I try to save those. And I can push everything from 17 hats to it and that kind of thing, where the other service is a combination of group chat and group SMS. And there's a lot of other functionality that has, but it also has a monthly fee with it. And if you're not ready for it yet, then I wouldn't jump to it. But SMS is a thing that's coming now. Having said, that's the key points. We haven't even touched on Instagram. We haven't touched on Instagram DMs and that kind of stuff, because the tools that are available for Instagram, marketing through Instagram, are a little bit pricey right now. But just as you saw the automation to get the brief, we can also do an automation in Instagram when somebody says, DM me a particular message. And I had one set up, I just didn't finalize it, where it basically said, DM me SEO, like the SEO brief, SEO, and it would send you the same email. So I have done this, I have that automation also set. But having said that, we'll go from here. We'll talk a little bit to Christine about her project she's working, and then we'll take you through our keyword research, or my keyword research steps, since we don't all have computers except for the people at home. So let's do that. Do you want to talk about that as up here, or you just want to come and talk about your project? You can come up here if you want.
Do you want to address the class?
You want to address the class, or you just want to have a conversation? I'll read it. Okay.
So.
Well, why don't you
Yeah.
come on, you guys can stand apart, but come up so that the people in the
Sure.
studio audience not studio audience, people at home
People at home.
can hear you.
Basically, prior to break, Christina came to me and said something about a project she was working on, and she wanted to do some keyword research, but she was sort of didn't know where to start. So basically, I said, yeah, that could be something to do. And since we were doing live, we didn't know what the internet access availability would be here. Nobody was doing their other work live. So this is a good opportunity, instead of everybody here doing live as we would normally do, that we'll work with Christina and some of you. If you want to do some keyword research, we'll play with this, but we'll do your project, because your project's kind of unique. Do you want to tell people what it is?
Yeah, my project is 50 over 50, and it's to celebrate the beauty, wisdom, and confidence of women who are 50 and older. And that happens with a luxury photo shoot, full hair and makeup, guided posing, and then they also get to buy images at the end. And then it culminates in a gallery exhibit Going to have all 50 women photographed, and we get to come together and celebrate.
Okay. So our goal here is, or the question was asked, basically where do we start?
Yeah.
Where do we start to market? How do we find the clients? What kind of keywording when we do? And so I'm going to take you through a process that'll help at least get you started. And we'll start using some of the tools that we learned here today. And this is going to be live, so there's going to be some probably blank screens and that type of thing. But we're going to do this live so that you see our competitive research type stuff. And then as we're working through this, if you want to look at other websites to do competitive research, if you want to look at other keywording after we work through this, the jog study method, let's do that. Earlier we looked at Megan's site, came up with some good ideas. We could talk about that kind of stuff more, of what we would do, the information that we gain. So if that sounds like a plan, I'm going to start. You're not going to see me much more because I'm going to be at my computer. And let's do your 50 over 50 because I have some ideas.
Okay.
And we'll walk through it. You can grab a seat.
Yeah.
Grab a seat. And live demos are always the best. All right, I'm gonna put those up on the screen for you. You're still using that screen?
What's that?
You still using that
Right
screen?
now, that's what you're
Okay.
saying. You tell me.
That's fine. No,
I can't switch screens either,
I'll put it up there so everybody here can see it. I just want to make sure.
but periodically I'll look at you.
That's right. All right.
I know you said that.
That's good. That's good. So let's get it first foremost. All right. Well, the thinking here was first off, the question was how many other people, how many competitors are doing this, and what are they using for their keywords? I mean, first and foremost, we have to figure out what competition is doing. Competition doesn't mean somebody next door, but it also could be somebody that's doing a similar project. Doing a similar project doesn't mean you're competing with them. It just means that you're trying to leverage off of what they already have. They already did some of the work, and then you can build on that. So we do that in every business, so why not do it in this business too? So the first thing we start off with is we do a Google search. Kind of a simple one. Let's do, you said it was 50 over 50?
Yep.
And there is an org that is associated with this as well, which is good. There's a project.org. And evidently, Diana Maid Studios also does it, which is okay, because they're just kind of. So what I would do here, we'll use this one first, and then I'll go back to the next one. So we're doing competitive research. That's all we're doing. We're just taking a look around. What are they using? Why is this, why just come up in my search? So then I can take this URL and we can go back to one of the tools we looked at today, Uber Suggest. I'll bring that one over and I'll go back that one later. Let's see it. That was into one. Hey, I don't know if you guys online can hear that, but that rain here is terrible.
And just quickly again with this Uber Suggest.
Uh-huh.
You're only allowed 3 searches from 24 hours on that. If you don't
Right,
pay
if you don't
$10.
pay for it.
3 different domain searches or just
3 different
searches?
I believe it is. It's not that expensive. If you go to do this, for a period of time, you can just start it up for a month and then get rid of it if you've done your research. You can do that. Does not like that, cutting that and pasting that in there. If you want to contact me after, I can tell you how to get a little bit cheaper. Come on. Doesn't cut and paste it in there. Then we'll have to type it in there. There she goes. So basically, we're taking it into Uber Suggest, and we're going to see what Uber Suggest and Google sees on this website. It's got some, from this kind of data, we see it has pretty decent monthly traffic and that kind of thing. Come on. Right. So what we can discover here from doing this competitor thing, we can see people that are similar. We can see, so this is giving us other websites that we can look for keywords and we can see what they are using. So the idea behind here is we have one website we put in, we're looking for competing domains, and some of them like, Forbes and those kind of things, we may not go to those, but here's another one, this 50 over 50project.org, that's another one. So let me do this. Let me pull a notepad up real quick. And this is where we start saving some information out. And I'll give this to you when we're done. So since you're nice, since you're nice and letting us use you. So from here, what I'll do is I'm going to capture a couple of these domains because I want to figure out, make sure I'm looking at apples and apples as I'm looking through some of this content. And I'll cut and paste them. I cut and paste them into a document just so I have them. And pick maybe one other one. That's an interesting one. All right. From there, I would go and say, what kind of keywords do we have in common? So we're looking at the original domain that we queried from Google. For some reason, it picked up 50 of 50 as something that it saw on the page. So then we say, okay, what other domains do we have in common? And so that's what this page shows. It shows a couple. 50 over 50project.org would be a good one that we probably hit. So now what we want to say is, what do the domain that we put in to search for, and the domain that we're going to click on now, what do they have in common? Why is that brought up as a similar website? And as far as this goes, these are the keywords. We go back to the keywords that we're playing with that these two websites have in common. And the beauty about this tool is, as you do a search, you can cut and paste out of it. You can copy your keywords out of it. You can paste them into a document. Makes it a little bit easier than having to drag down or copy each one separate. You can even export them to a CSV if you want to. Usually I just cut and paste. Unless I'm going to put them in an SEO tool, and then I'll do it differently. So then we'll go there. And then what I want to see too is I want to look at the gaps just to see there's 13 difference between the two. So I just want to see what that difference is. So when we were talking earlier about blog posts and that kind of thing, I bet you this is coming up because of a blog post. I bet you this is probably also coming in from a post or a blog post, a news story, that kind of thing. And again, as we're looking through these keywords, some of this stuff is going to be how you're going to write your content, whether it's a blog post or the content on your page, to address that consumer. So what I also want to do now is I want to take this project.org. I'm going to put this one in here and see what kind of traffic it gets. My assumption is it's going to be more authoritative than this one, just because, yeah, it's got a lot more traffic to it right now, which is good. And see, this one we just went, it's still there, but it may bring up others that are similar, and that's what we're looking for. Let's see if I got domains. Let me go into common keywords again.
So you're choosing the one with your most common keywords?
Yeah, I do what keywords have in common,
Uh-huh.
because some reason those two domains in the search we did in Google said that these two are similar.
Okay.
So when they brought them up, this is data coming from Google as well. And then as we look over this, one of the things I find surprising, remember what we were talking about earlier, is that the green ones are easier to read. So the green search SEO difficulty here are easy to rank for. Well, I really find this is interesting that the 50 over 50 project is easy to rank for, because that's what you're searching for. That's good for you because you want to rank for that. So we know that's going to be a word somewhere we use. And let's look at its, this is a search volume. For some reason in February it was high and then it leveled off. That's what this tells you. And then here's some of the stuff that we want to get into. Now, where this says 50 over 50 project Pittsburgh, again, very similar to the Google My Business, where it's searching for something near you. We could use your area so that it brings your search results much closer. Where are we at? 50 over this. There's your project. Yes, and again, as we click a little further into this, you see how they denote their URLs. See, it's 50 over 50.
Yeah.
50 over 50, most of them. And if we go to, where's Megan? She, no, it's not Megan. This one. Again, this is another same search that we were looking at. We really didn't look at her in depth. We got our domain stuff and then we rolled. But this gives you ideas of some of the marketing that this person is doing as well. So let's see, let me pull this up real quick. So what I did is basically put that in a CSV for you. Those keywords that we pull down, and I'm putting them in a document for you. So basically what I did, is took the keywords from the site of Uber Suggest. Here, the keywords that we were, and I copied those into a CSV for Christina. So she has a set of keywords to use for her content, for her blog posts, and those kind of things. Now, let's do this. Let's go back. So we have our start of our keywords. If anybody has any questions, fire them off as we're going through this. Let's see if I can get back to the search. Here's what I want to get.
So then those keywords will go into writer.
The keywords can go into writer. The keywords can go into your titles. And this is what I wanted to show you here as we are looking at 50 over 50. And let's go to the project.org because we really didn't look at that one. We looked at the other ladies. But as we look through this, pay attention to the titles. Portrait and stories, 50 to 50 project. These are how she is getting, again, from our keywords. That's how they've been applied in here. And again, this is finding out what the competition is doing or what other people are doing in your similar niche. We can do the same thing with headshots. We can do the same thing with business commercial work.
A YouTube video there.
What was that?
YouTube video.
Yeah. And again, that's #2 search engine data right there. So We can also, let's go back one, and see if there's anybody else in here. So we're basically looking at the competitors to this particular niche that she's trying to target right now, and trying to gather as much data as we possibly can. We gathered a bunch of domains that have the same thing that were tagged with this 50 over 50. We have a major one that's 50 over 50 project.org, which is a pretty decent one. Then we had the where's she at? This one we're playing with right here. Yeah, the Diane Mandy, that's one of them that was combined in two of them. Why is that doing that? We'll go back to her. So let me put this one in here for you. And so I'm gathering this data here, just the brief pauses between as I'm cutting and pasting into a document here so we don't lose the data as we move forward. Some of the headlines are probably good to capture. Not that you're going to use the headlines word for word, but the headlines do give you an idea of what things you're looking at, and we can use those in Writer.
Hey, Tom.
Yes,
Could
sir.
you full screen that? There seems to be some pixel, it's not your fault, but there seems to be some pixelation on the people at home, and maybe having it a little bigger will help.
Is that okay? Or ask if that's okay, because I can also make it the screen.
Well,
bigger.
it's the pixelization is not your fault, but
Gotcha.
something with the stream is,
Got you. Is that better for them?
it can't hurt.
Okay. So as we were saying, I'm capturing a few of these because these would be really nice to put into Writer to rewrite them. I mean, okay, why? What can we get from them? I mean, basically, we're gathering a bunch of data. So why not? Everybody understand why I'm doing this as well? Any questions at home about why we're doing it this way? All right. Now, the other thing we talked about also was frequently asked questions and questions people ask you. On this particular site right here, we see this as the FAQ automatically right here. These things. How much does it cost? What's included? Yeah, it's a price list and everything, but really this is the questions they're asking you. If we do our research further in Google, we're going to probably, especially in this org site, that if these sub-questions are also on the org site, we will probably find this question answered on Google. Again, it's not like high school senior where they ask about what to dress. So there's not a ton of search volume on a lot of sites, but there is enough that we can get a ton of data. Let's see. Again, they're using videos. Yeah, so there's a lot of questions, and this gives you just a lot of stuff that you could play with, you can use. This helpful so far?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's do this. Now, since we're doing this live, if nobody in the audience has it, and somebody should have this up, but we can do the same thing for you, whether it's MDPPA or somebody else, we can do the same, run through this. So let's do this. Let's take something, you want to see something in the Writer and see what we can come up with out of curiosity? All right. Excuse me. All right. Let's move this page off here. All right. As you can see, I was playing with it a little bit because I found more articles. But let's clear this off and let's take a couple of those things. I don't know where to pick this up. Remember, Heidi, you were talking about how it's picking this up from the internet? Yeah, it's actually, but what I found was really interesting is really when I started doing this more in Writer and I said, expand this for blog ideas and outline, it pulled another name up that didn't come up in my search. So in other words, it gives me another point of reference to go back and do some research because I don't know who this person is, this Christina Catapulo. Yeah, I don't know who she is, but for some reason, it came up on the search of 50 over 50. So that's another point in which you can go back and you can do some searching to say, is there something there that I can use as well, or something that may be helpful to me as I'm going through this thing? So what we'll do is I'll go backwards on this one. And then basically what I did here is I put 50 over 50 portraits. That's none of the keywords. And I was curious about what would come up if, it's a dartboard. That's what we did. And so when we did that, let's see if it comes up with similar stuff, if it picks it, if it cleaned the slate and did it anew. Yeah, it's picked the slate and did anew. Let's do this. Let's see if we can expand a couple of these just a little bit, and then I'll save them. Let's see here.
Just a couple of minutes to take a break to do the nominations.
What? Okay, you're good. So basically what we're doing here, and what we'll do is we'll come back to this afterward, and we'll put a couple of the keywords in the writer, and we'll see if we can at least do you one blog post out of this, at least partially, and get you to do an outline first, and then we'll walk it through there.
Yeah.
Okay, we started at a project that one of our nice board members has of 50 over 50. And we worked through some keyword research, and I'll put these up. Man, it's a hard screen to read there. And basically what I've done is I've captured data from the tools that we talked about earlier in the day. I've captured some domains that you can basically go back and look at. We've captured the one we did look at the top, the two top basically that we've looked at. We've also captured a couple headlines, a kind of weird formatting, but we've captured a couple headlines. And then we said, all right, from that, let's see, I'm going to move this back offline so I can have it. From there, we'll see what we can do about possibly writing a blog post, or to see if we can get at least a blog outline that may or may not fit. So come here. All right, that's full screen. So I know this one's going to be a fun one simply because this topic is not written about a ton. We see a lot of hits on it, but we don't see a lot of writing on it. Mm-hmm. So this one will be interesting. So it's a challenging one to play with to see if we can get some kind of outline for a blog or a blog post or some ideas. And that's one of the reasons why I grabbed the headlines that were used on that blog post or on that web page, so that we could put those into primary keywords as well, because they sort of match what we've been doing. Come on. So it's not like to go from one to the other. There we go. So basically all I did is grab the headline from that site, one of the sites we looked at. And I'm saying, okay, what can you come up with? And actually I should do this. I should go. Oh, that's interesting. Good. Actually, there's some really nice ones there. So when we take a look at this, we're looking at 50 over 50 portraits, starting from the past, embracing the present and the future. If this is from the last one, put an introduction statement in there. And so this gives you some information that you can pull from here. I may edit this a little bit, maybe take out the first screenshot, but maybe not, it depends. And again, if you're trying to write content for your site or you're trying to write a blog, would determine whether you probably would leave this in. This here where it says sharing your living experience living in the 60s, in my 60s, you can put that, just why not change that. So that could be a nice blog topic, or and that's a quick interview with a client that you could possibly do something there with. Let's see, harness new power agent. I mean, let's do this. Whenever you're curious, let's expand. Let's see if we can expand it. Come on. So like this headline here that I'm highlighting right now, I'm sort of curious about that, just simply because it's, yeah, so you can't find much more to that. So let's see if we can pin anything to that. Yeah, I'm curious, and so is the writer. It has a hard time figuring out what to write about. The other way to do that is we could put this headline in here, and I may do that in a minute, but let me save this.
That's not good if Google can't find anything to write about.
Well, it doesn't mean it's good. It did find it the first time, so that means it found it someplace. It can't expand on it because it is kind of arbitrary, but what you can do with something like this, and again, this is on the fly, but if I was trying to write for something like this and I was writing for you, writing some words for you, and I was using only this tool, I might say, harnessing the power of aging, let's say, after 50. And then I would say, can we find anything by it? So I'm adding additional words to maybe give it some strength. I don't know if that's going to do it, but again, you sort of get my thought process. It's like I'm adding something descriptive to this particular tool to help it along. Maybe we may decide to.
The tool not being able to find verbiage might actually be good for you because it means that it hasn't been beat to death.
Right.
Right. Possibly.
Yeah, where'd it go? So let me do something here. Let me save this real quick because we're getting kind of big here. So basically the tool that we're using right now is an artificial intelligence tool. Some people came in late, so I'm just trying to catch everybody up. It's an artificial intelligence tool that can help you write content based on keywords. So you can come up with headlines, you can come up with blog segments, it'll help you come up with outlines and that kind of thing, and you can start expanding on those. Because a lot of times we talked earlier is that when we pull up a blank page and we want to write about something, we have a hard time. I mean, it's a blank page syndrome. So this helps you, these kind of tools help you overcome that a little bit without going to another website and plagiarizing the site and taking up. That's not what we want to do. What this helps us do is take these keywords, take these sentences like or the headlines, and helps us expand on them in other words, rewrite them, come up with something else using artificial intelligence. It goes further on the web and says, okay, what else is out here that it contains these words or is written like this, sounds like this, means this. Computers aren't perfect, so they're going to come up with some kind of weird things. And this topic is kind of interesting, and that's why I asked. She wanted to go ahead and let's play with this one, simply because it's difficult because we don't talk a lot about age in the media and this kind of thing in our genre of stuff. We don't really put a lot of data out there, and we don't celebrate that as much as possibly we should. That's good and bad. I mean, it's bad overall, but it's good for something like Christina's trying to write something to it. So it makes the search, the stuff that she's working towards now, the possibility to be more visible, as long as we can get the right keywords and we can get that visibility out there. So, and that's sort of what we're doing here. I'm playing with this, just trying to get, if I was trying to do keyword research for somebody else, I would start here. I have a couple other tools that I would use, but I would start where we started, gathering a ton more data, analyzing probably half dozen more sites is what I would do, and then pour all that data, look for commonality, and then start. If I had to write 2 or 3 blogs for you, then I would go to the other tools and this tool to come up with some of this stuff. So let's do this. Let's take it from here. And let's see, do we see anything else that looks like we might be able to expand on it? Let's see. No. So we took this one sentence and we expanded on it. So what I'm going to do now is let's get That's this one. Then let's take another one of those, one of the headlines again, and let's put that in there. Let's see if we'll get something different. But I agree with you, Bruce, that not being able to find a lot of data out there to write something is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a good place to start, and they give you a lot of seed information to play with. Let's see. I am curious. Here, let's do this one. Why over 50? Why me and why not? Let's see. That's kind of an arbitrary thing. Let's see. What is it? So here's another one of the headlines that we gathered from that website. It's why over 50? Why me? And why now? And that was from the website talking about, it looks like it was talking about the photograph and why do that. Come on. There it goes. Da-da-dum. Da-da-da. Now see, most of these don't talk about anything having to do with the portrait. So maybe let's do this. Let's take this. So maybe let's say, instead of say, why me, why now? How would we write that? Heidi, you can help. If we want to add like a 50 in there, we want to add like photo or portrait. Because in this case, I probably would not call these pictures. We go back to what we talked about early on, is some of our clientele are going to be searching for pictures and not portraits and not art. So we're trying to go to our client, to our clients, what our client's search intent is. In this case, I think it's the opposite case, because I think if you said pictures here, it would lessen the value of this to your clientele of over 50 that are searching for something that's unique. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So again, we're looking at the search intent. You're looking at a clientele that's over 50. Like we discussed earlier, it may be a present from a spouse. It may be, a present from the grandchildren. It could, or
Yeah.
the children, that kind of thing. So this is something that's a little bit elevated, and the products you're providing are elevated. So maybe the terms would be, portrait and artist, and we can look at that. But 50 over 50 pictures somehow or another doesn't sound like it would fit the genre that you're trying to shoot. And what we'll do is we'll go back into Google and we'll type in 50 over 50 pictures and we'll see what comes up. Curiosity's sake for me.
What about like photo shoot or experience?
Experience.
Where's that?
Definitely experience. These sorts of projects sort of touch on things like empowerment. Their gift tends to be gifts to the self. I think women do this for themselves as opposed to waiting around for someone to do
Okay.
it for them.
So what do we want to put in here for like primary keywords? We're going to say, let's see what we have. We have women over 50, beautiful women in their 50s. So how about something about beautiful women in their 50s using something?
What about feel beautiful in your 50s?
Okay. Yep.
Now that might take a total turn like into cosmetics and fashion.
But yeah, but here's what beautiful women in their 50s.
Something like it's about me, or it's about time.
Yeah, we could.
Or,
Yeah, let's see what this.
I've waited so long.
Right. Look, Dolly Parton, Selena Gomez,
Yeah.
Yeah.
top 10 women.
Selena's not 50.
I was gonna say, yeah, I just saw her when some. Yeah.
What about something more direct?
Okay.
Like 50 over 50 portrait experience.
My time to shine.
The problem we're getting with that is those are feel-good words we can include in content, but they're not necessarily words that somebody would search Google to find. So what we're trying to do right now is use the Google words that somebody would use to, like for the 50th photo shoot.
Okay.
So in the content, those are the exact words we would use because those are uplifting words.
So this is great. A portrait experience of a lifetime.
Yeah.
And then the what is a 50 over 50
Right.
portrait experience.
There you go. So let's do this. Let's take this one. I want to do this. Let's see if it'll, nope, can't find that one. So that is a great, so it's funny because we were just talking about what keywords it was pulling. Now this says portrait experience, but it also pulled these keywords from a 50 over 50 photo shoot as a keyword, key term, and 50 over 50 photography. There's no pictures in this one, but we did see pictures when we were doing like high school seniors. We saw senior pictures in there. And it's funny because what we're doing is we're finding out by using this tool, we're sort of finding out what the search intent of Google is for the clientele that would want these kind of photos or would be searching for these kind of photos. And so we are looking at the keywords here, and not one of those keywords goes back to pictures like we were talking about earlier that other genres tend to migrate to.
A little confusing.
Mhm.
They have here, it says primary keyword, and yet using keywords. Do the total amounts of keywords then become the keyword?
There's two types of keywords. Here we can do a single keyword, but I'm trying to do a long tail keyword, multiple words together to give a better end result in this particular topic. Just like if I said, a great example would be seniors. This is a great example. If I said senior and I was talking about senior photography, so I could, all right, I have to narrow it down. Senior is a big word. So let's say senior photography, 2 words. Well, senior photography is still huge in our realm because it could be talking about somebody over 60. Or it could be talking about high school seniors, or it could be talking about a senior, like a person who is a senior, that kind of thing. So when we try to narrow down the keywording, the keywords that we use, helps us get to just like what we got right here. If I would just put in one word, senior, or 50, or 50 photo shoot, and we can do that later, 50 photo, I think, portraiture or something like that, it's not going to know niche. It's not going to niche down enough to give me any results. Yeah. But in photography, where we were discussing earlier, in the general photography, as we're working, that is the short tail keyword, the shorter keyword of photography. But from that, then we have to pare it down because photography isn't like some where it's one type of it. Yeah, so these are good and these will be saved in there. Let's see, we already tried to expand this, right? I think we did. Yeah, doesn't like that one. All right, so we will.
Just highlighting it and right clicking.
All right, let's see if I can put it on, append it to this one for you. See what we come up with this one. What was the key? What was the words that we used there last time? Experience. What were the words we used on that last one, Heidi?
It's up there on
The
search
50 over
history,
50 portraiture experience? Okay, I just want to make sure that was the correct one. Oh, you're right. I just want to put it here so that we had captured in here too for these notes. So basically, what we've done here is tried to use keywords that we started the research with. And then from that, we are gathering more information. And I look at it as it's sort of a game, because we're also looking at this from the client's eyes and what would our clients search for and how would we get them to the end result. And obviously you got to write something to this effect: content, blog posts, social media stuff. And this kind of these, I mean, yeah, this is the complete guide to, photographing people over 50. That's stuff you could write too. I mean, you can jazz it up a little bit because it could be women over 50, or maybe not a complete guide. Maybe it would be, wardrobe guide for, again, we were talking about things people like to download and like to look at. This is a way to set you authority, give you authority over that kind of thing.
Tom, would you update that primary keyword to women over 50 portrait
Yep.
experience? So take out the double 50.
Well, yeah,
So-
that probably doesn't matter, right? It's probably gonna.
Yeah, well, let's take it out, just see what it does.
So it should be women over.
Yeah, over 50.
portrait
Gotcha.
experience.
Tom, does it matter if you're using a number or writing it out?
We can see if it does. That's basically what this whole, this whole experience is when you start using these type of tools, is because you really can't think like a computer. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to think like a consumer who then goes out. The computer then goes out and looks at what the consumer has been searching for or what people are writing about and pulls it back into here, or a form of that into these kind of tools. Yeah, let's see, adding woman over 50 portrait experience then brings us into
Interesting.
portrait photographers over 50.
Right, and how about the portraits women over 50 want to see?
Yeah. Yep, that's a good one. I don't think that's let's see if it expands. That would be, oh, look, it did. What? Let's see, I want to see.
That actually converted to a really good one.
That's right. So basically what we did here is we took a sentence or a partial sentence and we asked it to expand, and some of them we won't expand, it just won't find other data. And Bruce said, that may not be a bad thing because it didn't come up with anything better than that or didn't have anything to add to it. But in this case, we had something added to it. And it basically, and this would be a great, this would be a great post. It would be great. I would use this as a blog post, and I would use this on socials all day long for this kind of stuff. And this kind of data is kind of easy to get because you can go to a Nordstrom's or something like that, wherever what's the other one, Sophia, the one you and Carol are going to? Sephora. You can go to places like, and they'll give you that kind of data. You could interview them as a small thing and bing, 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 and you could come up with this data right away. But this gives you the seed to be able to go and ask a makeup artist or something like that.
So there's also another little pearl here, and that's the specializes. So that could also be something that you could capitalize on as a specialist in portrait photography for women over the age of 50. And someone of an elevated class is in general looking for a specialist instead of generically looking for a photographer or looking for pictures, so to speak. A specialist or specializes has far more meaning to someone who's probably in an earning class that could pay for a portrait session like that.
So again, this gives you quite a bit of information that we wouldn't be able to find just by doing, I call it pluck from air.
Right.
Could you try out putting in instead of 50?
Yeah, we can write out.
See if it changes.
Yeah. That's about right. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So basically what we're doing here is we're just taking and we're massaging some of the data, and we're saying, the question was posed, is there a difference between using 50 as a number and 50 as a word? Would it come up with something different?
That's a good one, why they'll love this experience.
What was that?
It's a good one, why they'll love the experience.
Yeah. So to answer your question, yes, it was written slightly different, but with 50. And so that shows that it's used both ways. And this actually, what was that?
That's a keeper.
Yeah.
Why women over 50 will love this experience.
But I also think that this gave a more, for some reason, a more consumer specific search answer. So it tells me that clientele most likely would put 50 as a word to answer your question, Ann, as opposed to a number.
It may not be that.
And it may
could
not.
be that there exists a blog post or
Right.
or an article that spelled it out.
Right.
That it was an easy grab for writer to find.
But if I was writing this post, I'm fond of, I'm going to put another hat on. I like the look of 50 spelled out versus 50.
Absolutely.
So if I was trying to capture a clientele's attention, I would use 50 in a headline, as this would go, and then I would use 50 number and 50 in the article. So then what that does, for Google is Google will see 50 as a number. We'll see 50 as 50 here. 50 is prettier than 50 as a number. So I would stop on this headline as opposed to stopping on the number headline first. I mean, that's just, I mean, and that's a left brain, right brain thing though. I mean, and that's some of the thing, if you're writing for a female audience, you sort of have to put the female hat on, which we have to do that. I mean, we're writing in a particular style. So if I'm writing for a high school senior, I am not going to write the same blog post or the same content that I'm writing for somebody over 50. I mean, we discussed Sterling stuff, as well as some of his marketing stuff. Sterling does not have the same marketing material on his website that I'm going to have on my website because we have two totally different clienteles. So these are pretty words, I think, personally. So, but again, by doing it this way, you're seeing what's available, what we can wordsmith it into it, right? For one, and then two, it gives you things that if you're tracking your numbers and you're tracking your hits to the page or your Facebook and stuff like that, you can write one day that says 50 and one that has 50 in it and see if there's a difference. I mean, we've got all the data in the world that you can say. So you may get a lot of likes on one page that says 50 versus spelled out 50, but that's, some of the testing you can do with the data that's out there now that you know that there is a slight difference between the two.
Yeah, right.
Just my personal opinion. And I would probably try both ways. But I think the 50 just looks better. And what this whole thing here for you is a blog post and you fill in the blanks. That's what that is. I mean, it's basically saying that this is the title. Here's the experience, why you'll love it, what should you expect, how will it be done, and then conclusion and final thoughts, and basically you just wrap it all up. So that's basically all the paragraphs of that particular blog post right there that you could write.
And I think it's already written like that on my website, but not with any of those keywords that would tell Google where to go.
Right. And that's, again, that's why we go back to, when we first did, the keyword research, we're talking about SEO and making sure those words and those keywords are included in your headlines and your body and the copy and everything else, including when you go to Facebook. This just gives you another checkbox to say, yeah, I'm right about that. And like the difference between the 50 and the 50 written out, what's that difference and what kind of content does it bring to the table that may or may not be different? Because some of the words you could put in here and they're going to bring you a total different way, just like we had the 50-year-old photographers when we had a search term in there.
And it's sort of interesting how the process steered away from 50 over 50 project, which is really more from the eyes of the photographer, of the maker. These sorts of ideas here are really speaking to the person that would come into your studio and would experience this opportunity. So this to me is speaking more to the consumer. Like I'm even reacting differently looking at this as a woman over 50 and thinking, oh, well, yeah, I would do that. I would do that like that. But I've seen ads for 50 over 50, and for me, it doesn't resonate because it feels a little commercially.
Right.
But
That makes sense.
this definitely feels more like it's speaking to me as the person.
So are there any questions at home about keyword research and why we're doing it this way and why we went to 50 using the 50 number versus the 50 and spelled out? Any kind of feedback on that? No? Okay. Are they awake?
AJ, asked what tool you're using, as I told him writer, but no, that's it.
Okay. So this little evolution we've gone through has given you at least one really, really nice, I think a lot of people would agree this is a really nice blog post here. Life of a female, yeah, that's the second one that we wouldn't use that one. This is the one that they give you full. We'll copy that out just in case it doesn't say
The
it.
writer doesn't keep these pages for you.
It will.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
it
will.
will. Yeah. This is my backup, just in case I back out of it and it doesn't put it there because something burped. But yeah. Let's see, where are we at? Come on, get out here. So let's see if any of these things will expand out of curiosity.
I need to make like 1,000 to 2,000 words, right?
Yeah, unfortunately,
I can do it.
it's actually not hard once you start. Yeah, let's see, golden spongy portraits. Here we go back again. A name you probably don't know about.
Mhm.
So it just gave you another name. So it's somebody you can look at and you can see if there's something that you can use from this particular person's portraits. And the other thing, as photographers, we also look for inspiration from other artists in general. So this is also pointing to another artist that evidently does this type of work. And in this case, it may give you inspiration for how to light or photograph the women that you're doing. So whether you use the full sentence or not, it just pulled some more data into you that you wouldn't have known before.
Because that person might be an artist, like a painter.
It may be,
Yeah.
it may be, yes. And so I would take this and I would look and I would see what they look like. I would
Mhm.
see why it was pulled up. There has to be some kind of reason that it pulled this up in here. So again, I'm gonna do the same thing in here.
So it's pulling information off the different sites too. But is it rewording it as? it's pulling
Yeah, it pulls it off, it rewords it. It
Verbatim, bringing upwarding. from-
yeah, it's not necessarily verbatim at all. Basically, and you can run it back through a couple of the plagiarized checks just to check. And that's what I would do if once I do a blog post and everything else, I'd run it just to a plagiarized check just to make sure. But this also has a plagiarism check within it.
Oh,
So you can run it through that. I just have,
Yeah, I would like that headline. Seems like that would be something that maybe it took right off of somebody's site.
and it really could have been.
I mean, if you Google that, will you get,
I
like,
don't know. Let's see.
it'd be interesting.
So if you didn't hear what Bruce said, we were just talking about making sure that it wasn't, we don't plagiarize somebody else's content. That's why we don't take it and run it through a rewriter, take content, run it through a rewriter and that kind of thing. So Bruce suggested, well, why don't we just take this headline? Let's see if it is, because it does look like this headline could be taken from a website. Could have been made up, yes, but so we can just bounce over to Google again. Again, this is part of the research, and you don't have to do this for every project you do this in depth, but this is kind of a unique one because she's really trying to do some ground up research on how to get to her ideal client. And so let's see. I mean, it's pulling all the keywords.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it's doing.
Can you
Let's-
quote it? Is that what, I
Used-
think quoting it used to be that.
Yeah,
you were
let's
trying to
see.
Grab it all at once.
I haven't ran the quotes through so long.
No, I think Google probably defeated a lot of that because they want to have the control.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right.
But
So what we're gonna try to do is, we're trying to get to this. The issue we're dealing with, if you try to see if the headline is direct, let's see, does it?
let's
Did you
see.
mean just photo shoot? No results found for this thing. So basically what Bruce and I were doing is taking that headline and we searched for it. The problem is it came up with 50 over 50. It's not really a problem, but it's supposed to. It came up with the keywords because there's multiple keywords within that headline of 50 over 50. So it brought up 50 over 50 people again.
Okay.
Second to that, we put it in quotes because we were hoping that it would pick up, if it was a true headline, it would pick up that at verbatim. Now, the issue with a headline like this also is that they only have to change one word for me not to find it on Google. So one word's changed in this. If it is, and if it was a 3/4 quote from somebody, I wouldn't find it. Because like,
If you're really concerned about something like that, you can use another plagiarism tool like
Yep.
Grammarly.com or
Yep.
another service that does robust
yeah,
plagiarism search.
Is it plagiarism though, just to copy it? Like if I come up with the same headline that you do and 25 other people do?
I think that's one of those gray areas. I mean, I wouldn't want to use an exact headline one because somebody else is using it and searches would look at you
Yeah.
the same way. If I saw something and I came up with something and it was found on the internet, if this came up as the exact same thing as something else, I may change, a word and use a synonym generator to find a synonym for experience or a synonym for, I don't know, something else.
Stephanie said there's another photographer in Ellicott City doing a 50/50 project. So-
It's one on that we.
It came up Ellicott City?
Yeah, it came
Okay.
up in search. There's actually an org
There's probably a lot.
that you can register with.
Differentiate, right? Yeah.
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 It's good to know.
Yeah. So anyway, I mean, so that's sort of, let me get rid of this one. So basically we've done some wordsmithing on some headlines. We came up with, this would be a pretty powerful blog or pretty powerful headlines in general, because these particular things could be particular segments on the website for content. They contain your keywords. Again, here shows you the keywords it's using. So again, I think you have a very good start. What do you think? Does this help you?
Yeah, it really does.
And this is a live example of going through this tool and this gives you a start because you've only allowed a certain amount of words with the free part of this tool. So
AJ asked, can you force writer not to use certain words like affordable, reasonable, etc.?
I don't think you can exclude words in this tool. I have another tool that I use that you can exclude words, but this is
Yeah, it's intended for writing prompts. It's not.
right. It does a decent job getting you ideas and those types of things, but it's not that robust, this particular one. Let me copy this out for you so we make sure we have it, and just in case. It should keep it, but. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So do you have any other words that you wanted to use in there? I like the 50 experience. That came out really nice. I hope everybody on Zoom land understands everything that we've done and why 50 seemed to do a better job for some reason. And it must be the clientele. It must be the how that clientele will search for this. I couldn't see a high school senior typing out 18-year-old photo session or something like that. But I could see 50 spelled out in this arena for that clientele. And I would have never thought about that till I ran it through this and at least saw that difference. And that was a good catch, Ann and Paul, for, say, hey, let's try this. But that's what these tools are for.
I'm not just a number.
You're number one, Paul.
That's right. It's number one with us, Paul. That's for sure.
I wish I could.
All right. Let's see. I'm curious of this. Let me write. I got this one headline. I want to run this one headline real quick, and then let's see if we can come up with one more of these things to do. Is there? Let's see. Might have to change that. Anybody have their genre they want to play with? High school seniors, commercial. Come on. Still writing?
Bugs.
What was that? Bugs? That would be an interesting one, wouldn't it?
Equine holiday wreath session.
Oh, wow.
What was that?
Lisa
Equine holiday wreath session.
Whew.
Neil asked for headshots.
Headshots?
Holiday wreath sessions, black backgrounds, where you put the swag around the horse's neck and black out the back.
Huh. This is an interesting one. It just came up with, so we put in photographing 50 women over 50 in 2021. I was curious about that headline to see what it would do. And it came up with 50 over 50 to photograph in 2021, right? A project diary documenting the beauty of aging, preamble of information. Those are all pretty decent feel-good words. But then again, here's, finding women to recruit for the project. That's something you write if you were writing to it. So it's kind of interesting. So headshots next. What type of headshots? Corporate, casual, all the above, or do we want to start with headshots as a broad term and then go from there? Because we can do headshots as a broad term and then we can see how we can narrow it. Okay. I have all this in notes and I'll send it to you. And I can, if they've kept everything in there, I'll make sure I send that to you. Okay, we'll do.
I'm not seeing anything yet.
Okay, I'll just start at headshots. So let's go back to.
It's funny, every time I type headshots, because I do it a lot, I get spell checked on it. Like, that's not a word.
It's,
It is for me.
yeah, I know. All right. So you even helped it write my post for Carol's Awards. Anyway. All right, let's go back to this beginning. We're gonna start working on headshots from the crowd. So where are we gonna start?
So she didn't say personal branding.
Personal brand.
Which falls into that headshots.
Yeah. So let's do this. Let's start with headshot. Let's see if we can have if headshot falls out of where headshot falls out of that. And if it does, as for keywords. All these websites are on that thing I'll send you to. Sound good? All right. Let's start at our old friend Google again. Google's getting a workout today. And I gotta say, I love the internet access here right now. I don't think we would have made it halfway through this. I was worried. I was gonna have to get a 5G hotspot. Let's see, let's go. Let's start with a short tail word. First, single word. Let's see what it brings up. So we've got headshots, corporate portraits. Here's your headshot, professional branding, personal branding. So the idea here is to find somebody that has something close to what you're doing. We can go to, since he has personal branding and headshots. Under headshots, let's see who this is.
Charlotte Graham.
That was an ad, wasn't it?
That's a website.
No, it is like, I think it came from an ad. Maybe. So from here, what we're doing is we're doing the same thing. So first stop is to find websites that are similar so that we can do some competitive analysis. We can figure out what keywords this particular person that was high up in the search rankings, what keywords they were using. So, and we'll take it over here to Uber Suggest. And we'll start this all over again. Let's click some of this information out. Let's go to dashboard, get rid of you. It's mine. Traffic. Similar websites. So we'll go to the similar websites. Now we clean some of that out. To this guy, let's get rid of that. So the person that was listed first in headshots and under corporate branding under Google, we basically pulled the URL and we're saying what kind of keywords is he ranking for or she ranking for, and why are they first? A lot of traffic. Let's see. Ah, it's a Groupon person.
Tons of traffic.
Well, yeah, tons of traffic. A lot of that probably comes from here. So we have a headshot DC headshots. So we can pick one of those. Which one sounds good to somebody? DC headshots. What was that?
DC headshot.
DC headshots. So let's see what kind of common keywords the website and DC headshots have. So this way we're comparing two sites, not just one against each other. And it's really funny because I'm looking for anything having to deal with personal branding as a keyword anywhere other than headshots. And I'm not really seeing that. And I would bet you it's because this page, or the page that was referenced, because remember at the beginning I said I was playing with the search term near me. So photographer near me. So I can almost bet you that what they did here was dash personal branding, because mine was dash photographer near me. So I was playing with search results to see where I would land. I can almost bet that's what they did in this case. And since I'm not using typical keywords, and here they've got it here as a major headline, personal branding photography in downtown Silver Spring. So I bet you that page, this one isn't, because it's coming to a weird URL. But this particular page, whatever this is listing that. I'm not sure why the URL is that way.
Because it was a reference stuffed in by going through Google.
Was it an ad or not?
No,
I didn't see what.
It's just a Google
Okay.
tracking ID.
That's yeah, it's kind of weird that it would show there under that search result, like
It didn't show there. It was in the
in the URL.
in the original search, because you grabbed that URL from the original search on Google.
Yeah,
And it was a Google ad, so
that's
It
what I'm
was
thinking.
grabbed-
It was a
so-
Google ad that,
right, so it stuffed an ID
yeah,
so
yeah.
it could track it.
yeah, that's why I say it wasn't an ad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically for headshots, see, I want to see if there's any branding stuff out there. So let's go to another website. Does everybody know, does anybody want to see how you can figure out what people are using for their website, just out of curiosity's sake? I'm always curious about why, when people are using particular technologies, or I like a theme, I see something, I say, man, that's pretty cool. I like that, right? Well, on Google, it's kind of easy. You can say view page source. And then you can look in here. I can't really.
Squarespace.
Yeah. Yep. So you can look in here and you can look for words like WordPress, theme, Squarespace, Wix, all those kind of things. They'll be in here. And if you see, like, WordPress is a great one. If you see WordPress in there, you like the theme, somewhere within one of these WP instances, it'll tell you what theme it is.
Do you have a preference that you recommend
For themes,
for your platform?
the Squarespaces and those types of things are usually not nice to URL and mobile stuff, usually not nice. They're getting better. I like to have control of everything from soup to nuts, including the URL. So we use WordPress and we moved everything back to WordPress again fully. Matter of fact, all our web pages are going back to Elementor framework on WordPress is what all of our stuff is going to. Some people have had really good luck. I mean, Squarespace, I mean, this is a sharp looking site. I would have to do some speed stuff and make sure that the speed and everything else is up to it and it doesn't take a hit. Because a lot of times what will happen with these is they will take a hit on speed or something like that.
Squarespace has good designs and
Right.
clean.
Yeah.
So are you using a WordPress site on WordPress?
No,
Okay,
I'm
so-
doing a self-hosted. I shouldn't say it's not really
You're not
self-hosted, but I've got a
like
hosting.
GoDaddy or somebody. that
I
you
use
can-
WPX
Okay.
hosting.
Yeah.
WPX hosting and is one of the fastest hosts around. You pay yearly for it, but it's faster host around, and their support is like better than phenomenal. I mean, I can't talk better. I mean, it could be 1 o'clock in the morning and I could have an issue and there's somebody to chat with live and fix it usually within like 5 minutes. I mean, and if I can't do it because I'm on and a couple times I've been on the road and I've noticed a problem or I got a notification that something was up or whatever else, I would text them right there and they were on it and fixed it for me. So, it's worth the $250 a year to have that kind of service behind me at a moment's notice. So that's what I use. That's what I use. I mean, I've used GoDaddy, Bluehost, name a few others, Namecheap.
AJ recommends web hosting pad.
I've heard they're pretty decent. Yeah. The thing you gotta do, the only thing you have to worry about if you're hosting your WordPress is the speed. The speed of the site. And then I do everything through CDN network, which basically speeds up the servicing of your pages. All right, let's find one more so we can get something that says, we can find something. Does JCPenney still do headshots? Do you still do photography? Just curious. Just see it.
Yeah.
It does a few.
Is it really?
I don't
Okay.
know where, but-
Evidently in Columbia.
Oh.
Wow. I didn't realize they had a studio.
Yeah, I didn't either. So, okay.
Right here in Columbia, I think.
I think it's a. So I just said JCPenney Porches. I thought it said Columbia. This is the next one.
Apparently they do. A couple people
Yeah.
in the chat said yes.
All right.
Photography in Columbia, Maryland.
Yeah.
Good. You chose one of ours. That's awesome.
James is a member of ours.
Yeah.
Do you think you mind if I poked around?
No,
Well, no, but. Let's be positive.
that's right.
Let's be what?
Positive.
Yeah, he's been in Columbia for
But
so long.
Not that he's old.
No.
No.
timeless. Well, but for some reason he came up really well in the search engine for headshots.
That's great.
So he's doing something right as far as that goes. So all we're using this for is competitive analysis to say, okay, if he came up first, why did he? And can I use the same terms?
Well, one of the things is he has a reputation,
It's correct.
okay?
Yep.
I mean,
But
you
how
think
does that
of-
translate?
You think of photography, one of the first people you think of is James Curry.
Right, but the average person going to Google that means nothing to them. So how does he end up, if somebody just says headshots, how does he float to the top is the interesting part, because his reputation won't mean anything to.
Okay, so this is, okay.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
like if I were to ask you, you would say, oh, he's your guy, right? But if I ask Google, it's all based on everything we've been talking about today, dealing with, your SEO, like what kind of words do you use on your website? What kind of photos do you use? And do you put the correct words and everything else? He's doing a good job because we said headshots and we're in this area and he came up. So that's good for him. But if I was sitting at home and I said, who's doing headshots and he comes up in my area as well, I would say he came up first. Why he come up first? And so you do a competitive analysis to say, all right, he came up there, but what did he put into what kind of words is he using to get him registered in Google correctly? And why does Google like him better than me?
So they're not taking in your address? In other words, Google is not saying, can we use your location as a.
oh, geography counts.
Yes, geography
In
does
other
count.
words, in your
Yep.
Google search.
Yep.
You already, so maybe that's why he's coming.
Right.
Oh,
And it does, but it comes up in this area, in this geographical area that we're using for headshots, and I probably wouldn't get him at home. But he's doing what he needs to do for his local search. So we call that local SEO. So in this case, his local SEO is spot on for headshots because he was in the top rankings. So if I were to go home in another geographic location, I wouldn't pick him up necessarily.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, Paul was asking if Google takes into consideration the location, the geolocations or the Google locations of this, and they know where we come from. So, they know where
that's why they didn't suggest somebody in London. But
That's right.
within this geographic area, somebody from Silver Spring came up high as
Right.
well, because
Right.
they were probably paying for it, but there was, but James came up pretty high.
Right.
And there are plenty of photographers in Baltimore and DC,
Right.
so why did he come up to the top? Right?
Yep.
So,
And so that's why we went and said, okay, his website came up top. We're sitting here now. Why did it come up on top? What words is he using to get you there? Because if somebody else is if I'm at home, I may use the same words, but I may not put DC headshots. I could put Southern Maryland headshot or St. Mary's headshot or PG headshots, wherever you're located. But you could take it as a seed to use it to your benefit for your particular area. And it shows you here, it's looking right now, at, it's showing you at the bottom of Google where Columbia. So it is using that as your seed to say around here. I could just as easily say, this is a curious, let's do this. Let's do headshots near me, because that is a term that Google likes. Let's see if he comes up here.
I'll drop one of the ads.
Yeah. JCPenney.
And just-
Oh, there he is. Yep, he's there. Yeah. So that means his Google My Business and his Google Maps and everything else is spot on, because near me, meaning Google's looking at the location I'm searching from, it's going to pull up this. I mean, it's just like you pull up your phone and say, I want pizza. And it shows you the nearest Pizza Hut or, nearest pizza joint near you. Same thing. We just did a photographer. There's a difference.
Are you serious? Tell me a headshot person here.
Yeah, right. And that's how this data is pulled. Yeah. But Siri knows where you are, because if your GPS is on, so you say, where's my closest headshot photographer? And it would take you to James in this case. It might take you to the ads first. I don't know. I haven't played with that. That's something interesting. All right. So yeah, he's doing a good job. So Ann, tell him he's doing a good job.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's a good example of staying in business,
No, it is. It is. And so again, that's why you want to sort of look at this and you want to say, okay, why did he come up first? Wow, his competing domains. When I look at his competing domains, it's kind of interesting, because the first one we looked at, the competing domains also included other photographers.
Can you put him in that one that, was it the Ahrefs that has the backlinks and stuff? What was the one that gives you sort of a different look at your?
Let me see which is the easiest one to do that in. This one, I thought this one had backlinks in it too. Hold on a second. Keywords, keyword tracking, ranking. Let's see, competitive analysis. Trying to think if I can do his without owning that site. Let me look real quick. Let me see. So Bruce just asked if could we put his website into a different tool. Let's see. Let me find my camera go. So you're talking about, which one is it here?
Ahrefs.com.
I wouldn't be able to put it in Ahrefs because it's.
You have to do.
I would have to validate I owned it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That one, that particular one, but the other one I used, the SEO. Let me go back to Canva.
Oh.
Yeah, I closed that
I know I
out.
even typed that in for somebody.
Oh, the tool.
Yeah, because they were like, what was that again?
Yeah.
The company it was.
Let's see.
No, it started with SEO.
Yeah, it was. All right, we're trying to find a tool that to make sure we're right tool. SEO checklist, is that it? Or
You started typing in, it probably came up on yours, right?
it's the SEO checklist. Come on. So we want to run this through a different tool just to see what his backlinks look like. Is it? Is that the one? Let's see.
No, you tell me.
Let's see. What was his site?
Not that you're the expert. You're the expert.
Let's see. We're just trying to figure out which one you wanted.
The one that showed, that had the columns at the backlinks, and then it said Facebook, and then.
Yeah, that
Pinterest,
was.
so Was that the one you have to own the site?
Hold on. Let's see, maybe. Hit a window. Come on. I don't think it'll. Oh, it will let me do. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think I have to know this. I have to
Oh,
own
you
this
do,
site.
okay.
Let's see if we can get this one to
It's just jamesferry.com.
What is it?
James
Uh-huh.
Ferry, FERRY.com.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
gotta,
yeah.
that one's got to
Got it.
verify.
All right,
Yeah.
never mind, move on. Don't
Okay.
don't hold it up because of me.
I think we can do this. Let's see. So we have the tool here. Let's run it real quick while we're here. Come on. I think what you were looking for was Uber suggest. But that was,
Because it wasn't just keywords.
it wasn't
backlinks
keywords. It
and
was,
stuff,
yeah, it was
It's okay.
everything. Okay.
No problem. Oh, there you go. backlinks.
Yeah, that's for the site. Yeah.
Let's see.
So basically what we're doing is just doing a little bit deeper dive into James's site to see what his, backlinks look like and his,
Not a lot.
not a
isn't
lot,
it?
domain
Yeah.
authorities, or and it may not be available. Again, remember, some of the sites aren't available because
Right.
they block them off.
Yeah.
It does show that he has 141 backlinks though, but it's not showing you which ones they are.
Got it.
So competitive analysis wise, it'll show you he has a lot, but it's not showing where he's linked to.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some odd reason, might not be available. So basically what we'll do now is we'll go through the same endeavor. We'll figure out, we know his site is really nice.
Tommy, before you move, I just have like a rudimentary question. Can you go back?
Which way?
To the Google search page?
This one?
When you're searching on Google, how are you pulling up that analytic data?
Oh,
How are you making that viewable?
that's a tool I have.
So the keywords that are coming up on the right-hand side
Yeah.
are also part of the tool you're using?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
This is this tool. Keywords everywhere. That's the tool that will pull those up.
Thanks. Okay. Carry on.
Yeah. So it pulls these up. Cheap headshots near me. I'm not so sure that's a good one, is it?
Right? Not for us.
But you're right. I mean, I was also giving more like this search engine does. People also ask similar data. So we are back at James' site. And here's his backlinks. They finally come up. So when we're talking about backlinks, we're also talking about where you could submit articles or where people can are talking about you. And so this gives you an idea if you want to be known like James, his first for headshots and everything else. This gives you an idea of where.
Brooklyn booking photos from the 1950s, prison photography.
Yeah. So it's kind of interesting to see. I mean, he's got a long history, but what I really find is interesting about this particular thing, if you do SEO work or any kind of work, he's a longtime photographer. The longtime photographer, he was in touch with technology. So if he wasn't in touch with technology, he didn't document what he did, he wouldn't have this end result of being a first on the search engine. I mean, he could have not embraced technology, and then he gets to this time in his career, and then the guy next door can beat him out in the search engine very easily. And they don't know him because we're a very transient community. And if I don't ask you, Paul, who's a great headshot photographer, I'm going to Google. I mean, I need Google to tell me. And in this case, Google is telling me this is a good headshot photographer in this area. So, but he's kept his history. And this is the other thing that early on when we first started this, I said, Carol and I moved our blog back from other tools into WordPress. One of the reasons we did this, and others do the same thing, is because they lose the history of their blogs. So if you're a blogging person and you like to write, get on a platform that'll allow you to blog and write and keep that history. And doesn't mean you have to keep it with the same hosting provider, but keep it on the same technology so you can keep the same structure. And the structure will create this kind of history for you. Because if you keep moving it, you'll lose these links, you'll lose the history. And so he's got a very, very nice history of things in this area. And if you really from a history buff, like Bruce was, there's a lot of articles in here you probably would like to read if you like this headshot photographer type thing. And this gives you other data that you can pull from and why he has such a good rating on this, for that one topic, which there's hundreds of headshot photographers in this area.
His wife, I think, is also.
Okay, okay.
So that's,
So there's two of them helping to keep the engine running.
yeah.
Yeah. Is that rain still?
Yeah. Or again,
Man, okay. All right, so let's go back to this headshots and branding. Headshots and branding here. And I'm gonna pull out the headshots near me. Let's add branding to this. Not Brandon. Headshots and happy hour. Again, we talk about predictive searches, and that's what Google does. So evidently somewhere there is some kind of event that's called headshots and happy hour. Just somebody's searched for it. Headshots and mimosas. Headshots and Monet. Okay, I'm getting a headshots and full body shots. We'll go with branding. We'll keep it a little clean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, we're on the knee. Yeah, I was gonna say, I wouldn't click on that one because I wouldn't want to know what it was talking about, really, or at least not in this. Not live and recorded. So what do we have? We have this domain that's talking about both versus. Let's see if we find another one. Bruce, you see anything in there? Let's see. Headshots is the art of her.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let's do this one here.
Yeah, let's stay on.
Yeah, well, and this one's kind of interesting too. If I had to go back and I had to go back to your project again, this one, the art of her, could be kind of an interesting information gathering session. So again, we'll go back to Uber. Call ourselves an Uber. We'll go to Uber and then we'll put this back in the competitive analysis. And then we'll look at, see if we can get some little better keywords than the generic, out of curiosity. One of the things I've noticed right away is every one of the headshots, there's a Groupon link and a Yelp link to Groupon in general. Is it city headshots?
Yep.
Let's do city headshots. Let's see what that one. We'll see. They have 492 common keywords with this one. So that gives you a lot of keywords to go with instead of the smaller number we had before. All right, that's all those.
People like the word professional,
Yes, yes.
special.
Well, and the interesting part here is we talked about branding, headshots and branding, but in these first few, we see nothing that says anything about branding. So that tells me that in the writing of their content, there's branding referring to headshots with branding or headshots and branding. It's not one of the major keywords they're using. And so who asked that on Zoom? Lisa. So Lisa, when you look at that, then when you see the keywords this way, focusing on headshots mainly without branding, it says that the content should include branding if you want to be marketing yourself for both of those, or headlines. You could do headlines would be a good one to do that, and we can pull that into Writer as well. But we see no personal branding, what to wear for headshots. So what I can do, let me grab a document real quick, new one. And so we can export these as well. So I just pulled a couple of headshot things that were there, so we have them. So obviously there's no, doesn't look like any branding. I'll go through a couple more real quick. Just, there's women headshot, there's pictures. Ah, look, there's the first pictures we saw. And what's that one? Yeah, pictures of headshots. For some reason on this site, that is a keyword. And it's a high volume. 1,600 searches. So that's a lot. And look, if you were doing like headshot pictures, if you were trying to compete for that keyword and do ads, it would cost you $4.49 a click. Just, that's what this means. Yeah, for the word headshot, for headshot pictures. So now let's take some of what we've just learned and take it into Writer. Is that helping? Lisa, is that helping you at all? Let's go back.
Yes, with an
Good.
exclamation point.
Good. So we'll go back to, we'll start with blog ideas and outline. Basically the same place we started before with the over 50. And we will start, and we'll try to wordsmith this the same way. So let's see. Here, I'll bring this up. Cooperative effort. Can we see Bruce? Let's see. Let's bring this up.
Ooh.
So which one do we think we want to use first? Professional headshot, since professional is a good word.
Seems to come up a lot. Yeah.
All right, let's do that. And then we'll wordsmith the branding into it somehow. How about that?
How about examples of professional?
Well, yeah, but you're starting to write your thing, so you need to put examples.
So
in
let's
there. So
do-
you'd be like, right,
Yeah, right. So let's do. So we'll put our keyword again. And I missed my keyboard. All right, let's see what
are you gonna put the for branding in afterwards?
was that?
For professional headshots for brand.
Well, let's start with the keyword first,
Oh, okay.
and then let's add to it like we did
Okay.
before. We sort of wordsmithed it as we went along.
Okay.
So, photographer, how to choose the right profession. See, these are all great headlines. I mean, they're great titles for blog posts,
Yeah.
they're everything else. Now, what do you want to do?
For personal brand, for professional headshots for personal branding.
Professional headshots for personal. Let's see what we what. Yeah, with those things, you could write a blog article very quickly with those things. Easy. Let's see. The price, conclusion. Here's the first one, pros and cons. Here's the second one. Near me, professional headshots, definitive guide for choosing the best professional. Okay, this is why I came into brand for your brand. And then, so this is basically, they're showing you a blog outline, and this is the concluding statement here. We want to narrow this down anymore? Any ideas? What do we have?
How about professional headshots for effective personal branding?
AJ said try personal branding images. But do Heidi's
Yeah,
first, sorry.
It's not gonna let me put that many words. We have too many words now. effective. So
So for, take out personal and change it to effective.
Just in there.
yeah, it's right. 45 or 50. or
Yeah, but
40.
couldn't you drop out things like for and and?
Yeah,
and stuff like that? I
You
mean,
could, and that's what I've done. If I get into something that's like this, where it's like you splitting hairs, I'll take out 4. I'll take, just take out the, and sometimes it makes it, yeah, sometimes it makes a difference. So when you take out the 4, it'll go off on a different tangent.
Mhm.
This tool will. So that gives a little different spin on that. Now we're talking about headshots, right? So let's do this real quick. You want to write it humbly, passionate, urgent.
How about, I guess, enthusiastic? in that case, then? Let's see if that makes sense.
Enthusiastic, formal, enthusiastic. The which one?
Urgent.
Urgent?
Urgent. That would be.
I'm curious.
Get your
Yeah.
headshot or else.
It does suggest a call to action
Yeah, and we'll hit that one next.
segment.
So basically, what we're doing right now is we wanted to see what the difference is between a casual tone, because this particular tool will allow you to set the tone. So Bruce wanted to see what enthusiastic would end up as, what difference would be. Not too different.
Yep.
Because that is a different. And Heidi said something about what would
Urgent?
urgent do?
Yeah, what would urgent do?
It add or else onto the end. Of
Yeah, every sentence,
Tom, did you do a funny one? How about cheap headshots?
That's
How
def.
about not?
I just wish he would come, maybe Bruce would come up.
It just changes it all to all caps.
Yeah. So one of the cool things about this tool is it allows you to change that. So let's see.
Ever. in just-
Yeah,
Oh,
there you go. Ever, the ultimate,
I mean, those are pretty good, like,
right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
attraction words.
yeah. Yeah, this is a really good one for a headshot photographer. Introduction to a good headshot for LinkedIn profiles. That's a great. That is a
Maybe.
great one. Yeah, and the beyond must be the urgent one. But yeah, I mean,
Definitely having LinkedIn as a keyword in there would be super valuable.
well, and the beauty of this is that you can link it to LinkedIn or link it from LinkedIn for this kind of stuff. So what was the other one we wanted to say? Funny one?
Cheap.
Hold on. First, was it humorous?
Yeah.
Yeah, humorous. Humorous or funny? Which one do you think?
Funny.
What's the vote? Funny? All right. How to get attention. Best times.
And writer doesn't have much of a sense of humor, does it?
No. I'm not so sure you could make headshot funny though, but I was sort of curious.
Well, I don't know, you have to do a lot with the signs. You need professional headshots for your brand.
You could.
That would be pretty hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not much difference between the two. Humorous and funny.
What about if, what's that other, hang on a second. I wrote it down. Creative market, like if you put in, like if you went to creative market,
Uh-huh.
could you put in headshots or in what, I mean, is there,
You mean to find out
is there materials in there? Are there,
Yeah, let's look.
because
So Bruce is asking, just in case you didn't catch it, he's asking if there is in creative market,
like, would you?
can you put in something like, if you were looking for material for headshots, you were trying to redo your branding or those kind of things,
Yeah.
could you put in headshots? Is there something available for that? I don't know. So we can look. We're here, why not? Oh, look, resume, have a zombie headshot.
There you go, there's
Yeah, so
session specials.
there's a marketing template.
Okay,
There's a preparation guide. There's a session flyer.
all right, so useful stuff.
Yeah. Well, and the beauty, I don't know if you hear, Paul, but when we're trying to provide stuff to our clients to give them, a lot of times it's like, what to wear and, what you should bring with you and those kind of things. They're all checklists. They're all just these, materials that we usually give our clients. The biggest stumbling block I usually find is they don't know where to start, or it's this big, the big elephant to them and they don't know where to start. Just like the white page, they don't know where to start. And so my thing is, let's take some of that fear away. Let's take some of that anxiety away and give you a starting point. Creative Mark is one of those places for fairly inexpensive. I mean, you can see some of the stuff is, you got presets, you've got the comp card. I mean, $9 and
That's a comp card. That's what you put the-
it's what models
It's for
use.
models,
Yeah,
they're
like a
not
4-up
models
and a
used. Right,
design,
exactly.
that kind of thing usually. But like this headshot marketing guide, $10.
Well, you could change that.
And then some of them have multiple pages. Some of them have at least something to start. Some of them will have checklists, but they do provide you with the layered files and all that kind of stuff. So it gives you a place to start for very little money.
Yeah. Cool.
So we're going all the way back to, to the materials you can offer to the client. This is a great one to pull. And I go to this quite a bit when somebody asks me about it. I'll pull this one out. I like this. He's speaking of downloads.
Mhm.
Download the 5 steps to plan your photo shoot workbook. And again, that's very similar to what stuff we were just looking for. All right, where are we at? Back to the headshots.
Mhm.
This helping Lisa at all, this writing? Because if it is, I could send it to her too. Ask her, hey, Lisa, you want me to send this to you? What we have here?
Yes, please.
All right.
Of course.
Send me an email with your email to my my contact information on the brief. And I will send that back to you. Make sure we have the right address. And this is, yep. And this is for headshots.
The other thing you said you might do is need to show an automation, like an
Yeah.
automation workflow.
Yep. All right. Well, so we save that off. That'll come your way. Just send me an email and then I'll get it off tomorrow or what's today? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at the latest. All right. So anybody want to see how I made the animation for the automation, not animation, the automation for either the 17 hats or the Google form? Any votes?
I mean, I'd kind of like to see how you did what we interacted with, where you went from the Facebook
Okay. All right.
comment to a message to a
Man,
text.
it's a good thing I
to-
can think on the fly here. Okay.
Well, you did it once, you should be able to do it again.
No, it's I just have to open up the different tools. It's fine. That's
That
right.
is true. I
So
have that problem all the time.
basically, Bruce, and I use a multiple tools to get this to deliver the brief to everybody today. So what I did is I created in a tool called Chatmatic. It is a chatbot tool, but it's also chatbots and DMs, and I think there's a few of them out there. Chatmatic is the one that I use. What I basically created was a direct response to a post. So a comment trigger, basically created a trigger on the post that when anybody commented on a particular post, this action would happen. And so to make that happen, one, I had to put the post up. Two, you had to comment. The comment triggered Messenger in Facebook because that's its native tool to ask for information. The comment trigger brings up Messenger. Messenger asks you for your address. You put the address in there, and the address goes from Facebook through a Zapier tool to the end result is I'm using my mail system is Sendinblue is what I'm using. It's like a MailChimp, like
Okay.
I use Sendinblue. Yeah, I use it because it's a little more powerful than MailChimp, and I can use it with other tools. And again, the tools that I choose sometimes are not necessarily a tool I would tell you to use. I would use that tool simply because I have multiple, I build funnels for people, and I also do higher end marketing, like real big back end marketing for some people. And I'll use tools like that because it'll handle the bandwidth that they throw at it.
Right.
Us as photographers don't have 10,000 emails going out a day. We don't, sometimes we're lucky if we can get 5 out, but we don't need that kind of automation. This tool, Sendinblue though, will give you a free account up to, I mean, you can send 2,000 emails a month, I think.
MailChimp's.
I think
pretty
MailChimp's
high
like
end,
that too, yeah.
and it's
Yeah,
very
but I use Sendinblue simply because the integrations on the back end where
Sure.
MailChimp doesn't have some of those integrations for me.
Right.
A couple of my systems use Sendinblue as a default mail relay, if you will, and that's why I use them.
Okay.
So not saying MailChimp is
So
good or
what,
bad.
the wiring from the comment on Facebook to the messenger, that's not endemic to Facebook. You had to use something else.
I had to use something else.
That is
Yeah.
able to grab that.
Yeah, because Facebook controls, and just like Instagram, they control their world very tightly, and they don't let many people in it.
Right.
So you probably heard of ManyChat. It's been around for a long time. ManyChat is another chatbot thing. The chat box that pop up on a lot of sales windows. It basically says something like, you know, hey, welcome. Do you have any questions? Facebook has a little one that's kind of limited in what it can do. But you know, the Facebook chat bot that comes up on your website that you see a lot of times, when you go to ManyChats or Chatmatic, the tool that I use, it gives you a whole host of things that you can do with it. Right down to on Instagram, I could have multiple posts, and I could say in a post, DM me X, Y, and Z, and it would deliver whatever I wanted it to deliver to you. Or I could send you into something saying, oh, great, you're here. I see you're here looking for headshots because you commented on a headshot post. I could send them into a sequence that would say, are you looking for corporate headshots, or are you looking for personal headshots for LinkedIn? And they would send something, it would send them in a different direction. And so it would tag them all along the sequence, and that's automating your lead stuff. So you don't have to keep sending emails and trying to find this out. It automates that all along. So that's just a very simple thing, is because we're sitting here talking about headshots. I can pull out, pull off the top of my head. That's a very simple one. Even more simple than that is what I did tonight, was that the comment trigger basically was you commented on a post I made. I provided you something once you gave me your email address because you commented on that and you gave me your email address. So Facebook also, since they guard stuff so well and so tightly, you need to use something else that offers, like Messenger, that says, okay, give me your email address. It doesn't automatically assume that you want to opt into everything, which is, I kind of like that. So either you say, nope, and close it out, or you say, yeah, I'll give it to you. So other things don't allow you to do that. And this one, it does. So here, let me I'll pull a tool and sort of give you a behind the scenes of a tool like that. And I use Chatmatic. ManyChats is another one that's been around there forever. Chatmatic is a little less expensive. But it's pretty powerful on what it can do. And if you start using Chatmatic, or you start using SMS, DMs, you really want to get to some corporate clients, and how you may be interested in this in the future. You're trying to get to corporate clients, you're trying to get to LinkedIn and Facebook environments you have a hard time getting into. This is a good way, a really good way to do it. It's tied into your Facebook and your Instagram. So when you log in, you're using Facebook and Instagram, your logins. And all of them are going to be that way. So you can Authentic.
This is the Chatmatic.
This one's Chatmatic. So basically in Chatmatic, I have all my pages linked, including my Instagram pages. That's just a few of them. But so basically I went to our Your Journey Studios page. And right now on this page, I have one active trigger, which means what we did tonight. Basically, I created something that basically said, when you guys comment, I'm going to send you something.
Right.
So to do that, remember how we were talking about automating things in a workflow? Well, this speaks the same way. First, we create a workflow because what do we want it to do? Just like with an email, when somebody sends you an email from or sends you, puts your contact form in and fills it out for you, what do you want to do with that? Do you want them to send a thank you letter to them? Do you want to send them a download? What do you want to do? This kind of stuff is exactly the same way. We're creating a workflow. What do I want to do? So that's the first step. In these kind of things is creating my workflow. In this case, I created a workflow, really, really simple. It basically says, hey, thanks for the visit. Simple, you can post pictures in here. You can make it all cutesy if you wanted. You could have, it doesn't really make a difference. It said, give me your email address. I'm giving you a call to action. Hey, give me your email address and I'll tell you what to do. I'll send you something right along. Then here, just because it is an email, come on. I might expand that page a little bit. Just because it's an email, it's going to tell me, come on. Doesn't like that. Let me make this a little bit bigger. I have to tell it it's an email, not a phone number. In this case, because I could ask for an email or a phone number for this particular sequence. Because in Instagram and in Facebook now, you can do SMS directly from these kind of tools now, because SMS is the new email for a lot of people. And basically, everybody that goes through this sequence is tagged with a test tag. That's how I differentiate it. I create a test automation in this tool. And then I send a thank you, basically. And this is the trigger that Bruce was asking about. So basically, this has all the posts that we have on Your Journey Studios as available to them. Right now, I created the trigger because of the post I made last night. So I chose a post. If I was creating another one, just so you can see it, let me go through it real quick. I add a new trigger just so you see what I'll talk about. Carol, have you made a post on our Facebook page yet since last night?
You can just pick the same.
Yeah, I can pick another one too. It's okay. Okay. Now, you can.
Do you want me to post something?
No, it's okay. I'll just pick another one. I was just curious. You can do a keyword. So if you don't want everybody to get like what we just got, everybody was commenting on that to get the brief or get that question. I could have just as easily put a keyword in here and said, just put SEO in the comment. And it would have said anybody that put SEO in that comment would get that. But knowing that this was MDPPA and you guys are the ones
to ask for.
well, our customers aren't going to, they aren't going to look at that and going to say, great, I'm glad. And then if they get to the next thing, they're going to say, nah, I don't want your stuff. Just even our friends would say, what? So basically what I created was a private reply. Come on. And then they'll pull up. These are all the posts we have on our Facebook page right now. So I can scroll as far back as I really want to. And I can say, oh yeah, this is a good one. So I'll put it on the headshot one. I can save and complete that. So now if somebody were to, once I hook it up, if somebody were to reply to that or put a comment on that, then I can go in here instead of trigger. And then what am I going to send them? So if somebody said, I really like that headshot, I could send them a guide to preparing for your headshot. And again, it's not forcing it on them because they have to opt in. So it'd say, do you want, I see you like the headshot of such and such that we posted. Do you want more information on how to obtain a great headshot? Give me your email address and I'll send it right over.
So just because, then I know that like Pixify, which I use, has Zapier and so does 17 Hats. So could you go, I don't know if Chatmatic connects to Zapier or not, and whether that could then go into a lead in 17
Yes.
Hats? Or yeah,
Yeah.
so you could. So
Yeah, you could.
So you could basically put out something that's, whether it's on Instagram or Facebook or something, and then trigger them all the way into being a lead in your.
Right. And that's exactly how this works, because
Okay.
right now what I created, so Bruce is asking if you can I'm going to call this is a simple automation. I mean, it typically, you saw I just did basically two clicks and said, somebody comments on this post, send them something. Now I just have to figure out, my job is to figure out what to send them. But the back end part of this, and I'm always talking about, let's tie our tools together. Let's talk about automation. Let's move this through our pipeline into another workflow someplace else. So you don't have to go back and check your email and check your Facebook posts and check all this kind of stuff to try to get to your clients. So in doing that, we can connect and we can do integrations. And right now I'm using two of them. One's called a webhook, and that's through Integrated, but you can use webhooks from Zapier. Zapier has webhooks, and so does a few others. So basically what a webhook is here, a webhook is a geeky term to signify that it pulls information from somebody that somebody allows you to pull and presents it to you. And then you can pick and choose what information of that you need. So in this case, this tool here, like we did with Zapier, allows me to pull out their name, their address, the tag I gave them in this tool, and ship that all to my email program. 17 Hats, you can do the same thing with. You could ship all that information that you pulled from Facebook and they gave you, and what they actually gave you. So what sequence that they were in at the time, and it pulls it all over. In my case, it's send in blue, and this is what we're doing. But 17 Hats, you can do the same thing. You can funnel it right into it. And then you could kick off an email from 17 Hats that says, if somebody is added to this list, send them an email, and this email is going to include this, or it's going to hit this link to it. So in other words, so we get tied up a lot of times with trying to talk with, or trying to look at our phone to track a client, to look at 17 Hats or CRM or whatever other tool we have. Our website may capture it someplace else, depending on the tool we have. This is a way to sort of try to tie all those together and not have everything laying out there where you have to chase everything down. The information is moved to a central repository automatically, responding to automatically, not forgotten, but it also can create, you can even go down to using Zapier, you can create a calendar appointment to remind you that you got a message yesterday from a client that submitted your form. It's not hard to do because it's just dragging and dropping and pointing, clicking at this point, but you can go that far once you start layering on automations to your workflow right now. Right now, you guys didn't come through this workflow. You came through my SendGrid workflow. No, you did come through this one because I didn't hook up SendGrid this. So you came through this workflow, and I sent you over to my Send in Blue account. And if you wanted to see what that looks like, it looks very similar. Come here. Looks very similar to what 17 Hats or any of the others would work. And what do you use? Do you use any?
I'm just trying Pixify right now.
Okay, Pixify has, I think, a pretty decent back end.
Yes, and like I said, they do have Zapier and
Integration.
built in, workflow.
Cool. Come on. You don't like getting out of that one. So I'm going to show you, all the tools are a little different, but I wanted to show you how similar they look, because if you see mine, what are you doing? I was gonna say, what is it? Every time I put it in there, it says, I say, go to the next tab. Oh, here it is. It did what I told it to do. It went to the next tab. It's on my other screen. So the, yeah, because remember we had to correct your email
Oh,
address.
right.
Yeah. So Laura put in her email address wrong and she didn't receive the thing. So and the beauty about the about the workflows the way I do them is you can only comment once. So you can't get multiple. So you make a mistake, it thinks you're you and you can't correct it. So anyway,
I wonder if I did it for my business Facebook page, if it would have.
well, that's the caveat with this, with triggers and with comments and all that kind of stuff. It can only be done in business pages. So you can only conduct business on business pages
Oh, okay.
that are connected. And Instagram the same way. You have to connect your Instagram page to your Facebook page, like they're making you do now, because they're really, really integrated.
But if I commented on the thing with my, from my business page, if it would have.
Yeah.
Still done the same thing.
So talking about automations and everything else, no different in any one of the other tools we have. I have automations, I have campaigns, so I can do an automation. And that's basically what I did today. Is I sent a welcome message with the email.
And which program is this under?
This one's sent in blue, but 17 Hats has very similar thing.
17
Yeah,
Hats is
17
So
it has
you can do
similar.
That same thing in 17 Hats.
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, it's very similar. This is just this has a lot more bells and whistles, but it's only because I use them other places. So just to show you, this is an automation. It tells me, again, we go back to the other stuff we were talking with Zapier. This is what are we going to do? So when the contacts added, so that thing that when you guys put your email address in and shipped it over, it added the contact. When it added a contact, it waited a minute. That's how I knew it was going to take a minute to get to you. And then it sends you my welcome message that we created in the same tool. And the message should look something like that. So, and again, 17 Hats, all the other ones, they have very similar capabilities to do this kind of stuff. And they have the connectivity that Bruce referred to as Zapier that would get you from point A to point B if you wanted to try to automate some of those things. And the hardest part is doing the first automation. It's the hardest part because you have to know where the pieces are. After that, you understand what the pieces are. But if you notice that we just went through 3 tools and there was a similarity between all the tools, there's workflows and automations. So when you start looking at similarities in your tools, and 17 Hats is a great one, it has workflows as well. This is what they're talking about, a way to drive people from one area to another, to the next, to the next. And since 17 Hats has been around and some of the others have been around for a while, they have the integrations that you would need to do that.
Workflows and 17.
Right, right. And so the idea behind this is to make things simple. So you're not chasing all your socials, all your messages, because we're getting messages everywhere.
Right.
So any other questions from online?
They, lots of kudos. AJ says, wonderful session. Stephanie said, lots of really helpful material.
And don't be afraid to reach out. I mean, my email, my contact information is there. If you want to know, a tool you kind of stuck in an area or something like that, just let me know. I mean, you win, we all win.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Great presentation.
Bruce, can I
What
close
is
it
your
out?
background?
What's that?
Can I close it out?
It's up to Tom.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
I
fine.
just want to jump in.
Are you
front of
booting him? What are you doing?
That's right. I felt the hook.
That's right.
All right.
How long would it take, like, if we were to get a couple of those pieces in place, how long would it take for that first, like, understanding the way it all pieces together?
Depends on you.
I was going to say, it depends on, how comfortable you are with technology at first, but not very long once you understand what the capabilities of each tool you currently have. So if you're using 17 Hats, I would say, I could tell you right off that 17 Hats will do X, Y, and Z. And that's where you're keeping your contacts. So you backward engineer it and say, okay, so if I do this, I need to get my contacts from here to here. How do I do that? And so that's sort of the approach we did here is like, I want to get my contacts into Send in Blue. How do I get them from this point to there? And Zapier or some of those other tools do it.
And that's what you're saying, once that's set up and you know how to do it, then it's
Yeah, it's much quicker. And if you want to do multiples, it's much quicker to do multiples. I mean, like each one of these, I'll still keep that still keep that automation going so that somebody else commented and wanted the thing, they could get it. I don't have to do away with it. As long as that post is there, it'll be there. I can end it whenever I want to. All right. All right, Ann.
Are there other questions?
Any other questions?
Anybody?
All right.
I wanted to thank Tom for this incredible program. I mean, I picked up a lot. Who knew time would fly by with this long program on such an interesting topic that Tom swore we all needed to know, and he was absolutely right. And knowing Tom, he's absolutely telling the truth about reaching out to him if you have any questions.
Absolutely.
So I think that Tom has been really generous in coming here today and sharing his incredible knowledge with us. And Carol, thank you for being here too and supporting